Tak, vážení vzácní hosté, dámy a pánové.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to open today's conference, the year 1945, in a global context. And by way of introduction, I would like to say a few housekeeping announcements on behalf of the Institute for the Study of the Totalitarian Regimes. It's been 80 years since the end of World War II. And today, it's basically the half or average life expectancy of an average Czech citizen. So the year of 1945 is still very much influencing us. I'm very glad that this year, when we mark the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, we can meet here on this three-day conference in this traditional venue, the Liechtenstein Palace, where the Institute for the Study of the Totalitarian Regime, together with its partners, has been organizing a conference for the fourth time in a row on a very important historical topic. I would like to thank the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic for providing the premises and giving us the opportunity to meet here. I would like to thank all the partners. I would like to thank the 20th Century Memorial Museum. I would like to thank Dr. Řehák, Special Envoy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for providing auspices or patronage. I would like to thank our partners from Slovakia, Poland, and other countries, as well as Hungary, as well as our partners such as the Embassy of Lithuania and the Czech Republic for co-organizing this conference with us. And we hope that this will be one of the major events of this autumn. On behalf of Mr. Kudrna, director, who unfortunately couldn't attend because he has a very important meeting, I wanted to thank you for coming here, for participating, for being interested in the topic of 1945. And as the main guarantor of the conference, I would like to say how pleased I am to see the interest among colleagues, among experts who want to discuss the topic of 1945, not only in the Czech or European, but global context. 1945 is a major year for the entire world, not only because of the end of World War II, but because something new started. And the Czech Republic is one of the countries which still do not know how to approach the year, whether in 1945 it was just about liberation from the Nazi terror that the Czechs and Moravians had been victims of for the past 6 years, or whether it was the beginning of another totalitarian regime, this time not Nazi totalitarianism but communism, and what to do about the 3 years between 1945 and 1948, which represent a unique phenomenon in the Czech context, because in other countries we cannot really see such a period between the end of Nazism and the start of communism in other countries. And I hope that during the next 3 days we will discuss the works of important experts dealing with topic, but I hope that we will not only talk about the concept of sociological, political, or legal approaches to the issue, but I hope that we will be also able to find certain answers to these questions surrounding the year 1945. And questions which are quite pressing, and they are not just the result of the past, but they are the result of the war that is happening 300 kilometers from the Czech borders, because we can see that the results or the repercussions of 1945 are still a bloodstain in today's Europe, which is represented by the Russian attack on Ukraine. I hope that we will be able to discuss these topics. I hope that also during coffee breaks we'll be able to discuss how to approach, how to study and research 1945, and how to present it to our youngest generation, the students and pupils, so that it is not just a history lesson, but so that they understand that 1945 is still an important part of today's world. Thank you for your attention. And now I would like to pass the floor to my dear friend Petr Blažek, director of the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century, who is not only expert on the topic but also our long-term partner. So, Petr, the floor is yours. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, please allow me to welcome you on behalf of the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century as a co-organizer. So I would like to welcome you all to the year 1945 in a Global Context conference. This conference is organized on the occasion of the 18th anniversary of the end of World War II. We've reminded these events throughout the year, and the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century co-organized a big public event at the Old Town Square in May 25, where people also through VR, virtual reality, had the opportunity to see what the Old Town Square looked like in 1945 and compare it to the current state. We organized a number of debates. We had a film about Sergei Witochovsky, who is the embodiment of a person going against the majority or the memory of the majority in the then Czechoslovakia, because at the time when we thought that one dictatorship ended, a bright future was ahead of us. He was one of the people who was abducted to the USSR. And in 1939, he was a soldier, and as a commander, he was supposed to defend the territory. He was a person who also helped create the defense of the nation and attended its first meeting where the defense of the nation was agreed on with other generals. And he was a person who refused to attend propaganda events that used Soviet prisoners of war within the Nazi military machinery. But still, in 1945, he was arrested. He spent some time in Pankratz prison, and when he returned, even though his friends defended him and said that he was loyal to Czechoslovakia, he was abducted to the USSR, where he died in a camp, and we still do not know where his grave is to be found. A colleague who was trying to create a memorial plaque for him, she just picked a random place in the camp where he died, because we couldn't really find the place where he was buried. So this is also another way to approach 1945. So whereas in Central Europe, in Czechoslovakia, for most people, it was the moment of liberation. At the same time, we also have to say that it was it was not the end of a period of terror for everyone. And I must say that the number of people who were subjected to various forms of repressions actually increased. When we looked at the perspective of people who were forcibly displaced from Czechoslovakia as part of a collective guilt, their fate is different than that of a majority of Czechoslovak citizens. Of course, I do not want to dwell on those individual perspectives during my short introduction. I just want to say that the beginnings of the totalitarian regime did not start in 1945, but the roots, so the foundations had been, or the roots go further down in history, further back in history. And when we, despite the exile government, taking power after 1945, you can still see the beginnings of totalitarian regime emerging, and it all ended with the rule of one communist party. So our experience is the experience of two totalitarian regimes. We can discuss or argue whether the communist Czechoslovakia was a totalitarian country throughout the communist period. I think it's awful to say things like that, because everyone knows that, of course, the regime evolved, but still we should remember, or we should bear in mind, that there was an absolute absence of free political competition, respect for human rights, respect for the rights of minorities, respect for the rights for others. So it is disrespect to everyone who was persecuted by the regime. And the communist regime signed various declarations, for instance, about people on both sides of the border, but still disregarded all those. So during the next 3 days, we will discuss the year 1945 in the wider global context, and I'm glad that we have a number of foreign colleagues attending this conference who will reflect on this period from their point of view. And I'm glad that, at least for the time being, or at least here, we do not have to argue about who is the victim and who the aggressor is. I visited Ukraine 3 weeks ago. We had an exhibition in Ukraine about people who set themselves on fire in protest to the communist regime. And since the 1960s, at least 5 people set themselves on fire. And this included the Crimean Tatars, not only Ukrainians. And I think that this phenomenon is a phenomenon that shows the depth of the issue at hand and basically the nature of the system. And it shows that Ukrainians, after Czechoslovakia, are the second largest nation which had such political protests, such serious political protests as setting yourself on fire. I would like to thank the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic and other co-organizers. I'm very grateful that the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century can be a co-host of this conference. Together, or we also help create film festivals. One such festival showed a number of documents over the period of 5 years from many states of the world on totalitarian regimes, and we have shared projects on educating teachers and professors, as well as secondary school students. And I'm glad that we have a very lively cooperation with the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, and it's very important because we can see that our mutual cooperation was almost non-existent in the past, but now it is very extensive and very lively. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish all of us to have a very lively and inspirational debate. Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to thank Petr Blažek, the director of the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century. And now I'd like to reach out to Iga Raczynska, the Deputy Director, European Network Remembrance and Solidarity. You might have noticed that our institution has joined the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity. And I'm so happy that this conference is the first result of our cooperation. So the floor is yours, Ms. Iga Raczynska, the Deputy Director.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, it's a great honor to speak on behalf of the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity as a part of this important conference. Let me begin by briefly introducing who we are. INRS is a network dedicated to studying, discussing and sharing knowledge about the 20th century history, especially the difficult experiences of dictatorships and war. Our initiative was funded 20 years ago by 4 Central European countries, and today it is formed by 6 member states: Poland, Germany, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, with 6 additional countries participating as observers. Our aim is to foster dialogue across borders, support research and education, and help societies understand the roots of today's challenges through a deeper knowledge of the past. The Czech Republic has been part of this story from the very beginning, but since May of this year, when the Czech Republic joined the INRS as a full member state, this collaboration has become systematic, long-term, and much more dynamic. And we are very pleased and encouraged by this new chapter. Let me add that today's conference is the second major project that we have had the pleasure to work in Prague this year. The first was a wonderful educational program for young people from several countries titled Freedom of Speech Beyond Borders, and it focused on free expression and underground literature during the communist period. The theme of our today's conference could not be more timely and more meaningful. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, it becomes clear how differently this moment is remembered across societies. For some, 1945 signifies liberation from brutal occupation. For others, it marks the beginning of a new form of domination. What is certain is that the world after 1945 looked fundamentally different, politically, socially, and morally. And although many elements of that post-war order have changed, its legacy still shapes our present. This diversity of experiences demands that we look beyond national or regional narratives. It calls for a comparative, interdisciplinary, and global perspective. The conference program we have before us promises to meet these challenges in an impressive way, and I greatly look forward to the presentations and the discussions ahead. Let me end by expressing our sincere gratitude to the organizers of the conference, the colleagues from the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, and for their work and for their dedications. My warm thanks go to Director Ladisław Kudrna, to First Deputy Director Kamil Nedwedycki, and also to Mrs. Barbara Botowa, Head of the Conference and Exhibitions Department. Dear colleagues, I would like to wish all of us inspiring discussions, new insight, and fruitful cooperation in the days ahead. Thank you.
So thank you, Iga, for your words, and we will continue. Dalším, kdo vystoupí, je pan doktor.
The next one will be Robert Čehák, the Special Envoy for Holocaust Issues, Interfaith Dialogue and Freedom of Religion. This is a long title. Robert Čehák has given us patronage, so a few words. Thank you for the words of introduction. Thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this conference. For me, the year of 1945 is so important that if something else happened, then I would not be here, because my grandfather worked as a young cadet in the Winter Palace in Russia, and he was fighting the Bolsheviks, but he had to leave, and he left to Czechoslovakia, And in 1945, Smersh came after him, but his wife, my grandma, said that she had no clue where he was, where his whereabouts were, and then they left, and he was not caught. And I like Jewish anecdotes. Do you like Jewish anecdotes? Then I will share one. Comrade Königsberg, how come you didn't come to the latest meeting of our party organization? Well, I'm so sorry for that. If I had known that it was the last meeting, I would have come. And I'm happy to be here and to give the patronage to this conference. I have 3 reasons for that. I am the Special Envoy for Holocaust issues, and the year 1945 was very significant because the Holocaust came to a close. However, for many of us, or many of those who succumbed to Holocaust, and even those who survived Holocaust, it didn't come to a close. What we think is that if some horrendous era finishes, then we assume that there will be a new era, much brighter. But when speaking to witnesses, we see that those turning points are not so visible. And remembering the Holocaust survivors, we see that for them, coming back from the camps, they actually were coming back to their former homes, and in many cases they didn't have the homes. There were already other people living in their apartments. And the new regime was a communist regime, and that regime first promised to them that they would be given all compensation because there will be this dam against communism. But my father saw that it was not it. Anti-Semitic stereotypes were furthered, and we see that straight in the wake of World War II. When reflecting upon it, we have to say that 1945 played a key role for the further developments. Why? First, the Jews were murdered in Europe, then the Germans were displaced, and our nations became extremely homogeneous. And of course, they succumbed to various waves of nationalism, xenophobia, populism, etc. And even the Nazism wave is to be here. I am a special envoy for the interfaith dialogue as well, and this is something that I'd like to dwell upon in this context. Our former Czechoslovak president, Tomáš Garrigue-Masaryk, said that democracy equals discussion, and a discussion in authoritarian regimes is not in place. And this goes both ways. Democracy means discussion, discussion means democracy. And what we have seen recently in our countries in Europe is that people don't know how to speak with each other, especially when using social media, which I call anti-social media, because all these algorithms driving them result in hostilities between people who actually cast a blind, who won't listen to each other. What we need is an open dialogue on what has happened here. This is a premise for a good future development. Another premise I have to deal with is the freedom of religion, which is very important, and every human being has the right to be free in exercising their religion. What we have seen was that in the moment when the freedom of religion is attacked, then the pluralist society, democratic society is assaulted, and populism and extremisms are on the rise. Let me thank the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes and the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century and our partners from ENRS for helping organizing this conference. I'd like to thank all researchers who have been contributing to the vast agenda of this conference, and I hope you will draw inspiration from the speeches and papers which will help us draw the line between those negative and positive phenomena that are around us, and I hope we will be able to face them as well. Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. Robert Řehák. Thank you to Iga Raczynska for the opening speeches. And now we will be going on, and I would like to ask our panelists to join me here up front. Professor Igor Lukáš, Jack Rupnik, and Kamil Nedvědický. The first panel's title is The Broader Context of 1945. Please come here.
Tak já mám velkou radost, že první přednášku této konference
I am extremely happy that the first speech will be given by Professor Igor Lukáš from History and International Relations, Boston University. And the topic is the Stalin's diplomatic maneuvers in pre-war Europe. The stage is yours, please. I'll be watching the time. On May the 8th, 1945, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was 17 years old, wrote in his diary that Germany had surrendered. In the streets of Montreal, Canada, Allied flags flew, including the Soviet ones. The faces of pedestrians showed joy and relief that the war was over. Only the Poles did not rejoice, Brzezinski wrote, because, and I quote, half of Europe was threatened by a new dictatorship that was just as brutal as Hitler's. Brzezinski's skeptical view of the end of World War II gained a certain legitimacy in September 1945 when the European Parliament issued a resolution stating that, quote, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union cooperated politically, economically, and militarily. Their goal was to conquer Europe militarily and divide it into spheres of influence.
Moscow and Putin called it an inexcusable lie and promised that Russia would fight against Western efforts to misinterpret history. They will fight the truth So what did they mean? Putin said that Poland and the Baltic states were to blame for the onset of World War II. But Moscow and Putin are not the only ones with these views. I can tell you from my own experience that at least since from the 1960s to the end of 1980s or the beginning of 1990s, most Western historians would have rejected the European Parliament's resolution as simplistic and ideologically motivated. Even after the fall of communism in the 1990s, the failure to create a united front between the West and Stalin against the Third Reich was commonly interpreted in line with Moscow's official doctrine. According to this doctrine, London and Paris viewed Hitler as a potential ally. Their anti-communism was so intense and hysterical that Stalin allegedly had no choice but to accept Hitler's initiative. His path into the arms of the Nazis was therefore correct, rational, and dictated by geopolitical considerations. Some went further and claimed that it was also Stalin's decision to strike an agreement with Hitler was not only geopolitical correct, but also morally flawless. These people claimed that Western machinations were to blame, especially those who tried to appease Hitler. And all of that forced the Red Army to enter Poland on the 17th of September 1939. In addition to Western historians, these views were also held by progressive Russians, otherwise brave historians such as Roy Medvedev, who claimed that Stalin could not have acted differently but to accept Berlin's offer to conclude a non-aggression pact. The pact that basically divided Europe into Western and Eastern Europe, which was the natural consequence of the pact. In this presentation, I will try to shed light on the background of Stalin's pact with Hitler, using both well-known as well as maybe less known and new facts. Let's start with the fact that German-Soviet cooperation from the very beginning of the interwar period was dictated by pragmatic interests that had nothing to do with ideology. Because, as we all know, not only the defeated Germany, but also Bolshevik Russia were revisionist countries after World War X. Because thanks to the Brest-Litovsk Agreement of March 1918, Moscow lost a number of colonial territories, such as Finland, Poland, the Baltic states, and Ukraine, and territories in the Caucasus. At the same time, Germany, punished by the Treaty of Versailles, was looking for allies, natural allies, and space, physical space, in which it could rebuild its military strength. General Hans von Seeckt tested the possibilities of secret military cooperation between Germany and the Bolsheviks as early as 1919. This is not a well-known fact, actually. And thanks to these contacts, in 1921, already Hugo Junkers started building an aircraft factory, very modern aircraft factory on the outskirts of Moscow. A year later, in 1922, revolutionary, modern, all-metal monoplanes began to be produced there. These were fighting jets, which were used to train German engineers and German pilots and other ground personnel. And it was in this very factory where we can find the beginnings of Luftwaffe and the Soviet air forces. The Bolshevik Russia was responsible for the Tsarist debts in the eyes of Western creditors. That's why the Genoa Conference was convened in 1922. And the head of the delegation, Georgy Chicherin, proved that the Soviet delegations are the best in the world because they were able to block any potential agreement and bear responsibility for the Tsarist debt. And quite contrary, they provocatively requested a new loan worth 200 million of US dollars when converted to today's values. Or actually 200 million, which would be 3.3 trillion of US dollars today. More significant than the conference in Genoa was the short trip that the Soviets and Germans took, perhaps still not Soviets but Bolsheviks, took during the Genoa conference to the sleepy spa town of Rapallo. There they concluded an agreement and laid the foundations for an alliance with far-reaching consequences. And the spirit of the Rapallo agreement allowed both sides to build on former experiments and laid foundations for their cooperation. Another consequence of Rapallo was the German air base and pilot school in Lipetsk, which is some 800 kilometers southwest of Moscow. And there, German combat pilots learned how to fly fighting jets, which basically were then very successful when fighting Japanese journalists. Rapallo also laid the important foundations for the Panzerschule Kama near Kazan, where German tank crews, in cooperation with pilots, learned bold and innovative forms of modern warfare that would surprise the whole world in a few years, basically an integrated combat, and it became to be known as Blitzkrieg. As we've seen, the cooperation between interwar Germany and the Soviet Union was based on solid and entirely pragmatic foundations. For both sides, the spirit of Rapallo was a catalyst in which they operated to their advantage, and regardless of their different ideologies of Marxism and Leninism. But it was not just about aircraft, tanks, and patents for modern weapons. The Stalinist Kremlin, at least since 1935, looked up to Germany as a geopolitical ally, or an ally in the geopolitical sense. When talking about geopolitics, I should emphasize that the concept of geopolitics emerged in England in 1944, but basically has roots, deep roots in Germany, where a German university professor of Geopolitik was one of those who taught Hitler international relations, and it was a new science, new scientific field, which was also taught in the USSR. And in this context, I would like to mention the 7th Congress of the Comintern, which took place in Moscow in July and August 1935. You might have heard about it, or you've probably heard about it, because this Congress is associated in history with the concept of the United Front of Communists and Social Democrats, which was Stalin's long overdue reaction to Hitler's rise to power. But thanks to the United Front, the Comintern had a different goal, or the 7th Congress had a different goal, which was presented only behind closed door, because it was presented by Otto Kusinen, who said that Moscow needed to postpone the start of the war so that a revolutionary crisis could ripen in Europe. Many historians acknowledge that Stalin wanted to gain time and he wanted to postpone the war, but they do not mention the second dimension, which is why he wanted the war to be postponed. And it was Clement Gottwald who explained it when he said that the rise of fascism would trigger a revolutionary wave and create conditions for Soviet victory in Europe, which is the topic of today's conference. The nominal head of the Comintern, Georgy Dimitrov, concluded the Congress by saying that it was the duty of communists to ensure that the war against Nazism led to the defeat of capitalism and at the same time created conditions for the dictatorship of the proletariat and the victory of the Soviets. So how is this connected to the Soviet-Nazi Pact? Shortly after the 7th Comintern Congress, in January 1936, the Kremlin leaders explained this at a very secret meeting, top-secret meeting, with representatives of the International Communist Movement, which took place on the outskirts of Moscow. There were about 30 Comintern leaders sitting at the table, and a very well-known person was the one to speak first. It was Nikolai Yezhov, a person whose name we all know. He said that Western plutocracy, as he called it, was trying to drive Nazi Germany and Russia into war. And again, this is January 1936 that we're talking about. And even though both countries would like to live in peace, Stalin, or that's what he claimed, but Stalin saw through the plan. So Germany, which was supposed to be the spearhead of the capitalist attack on the Soviet Union, instead became a protective barrier standing in the way of British-French aggression. Yezhov then addressed the leaders of the European Communist parties directly. So he addressed the representatives of Comintern from Belgium, Czechs, France, and others. Czechs were represented by Gottwald and Slansky. And he said, your role is to prevent the victory of West, or is to prevent the West from defeating Germany. He emphasized that the French, English, and Belgian communists in particular must form sabotage groups that will destroy military production in their countries, disrupt mobilization, spread defeatism among soldiers, destroy aircraft, and set fire to hangars, or set hangars on fire. These are all direct quotes. Can you imagine that there were people sitting in the public who grew up as being fighters against fascism, and now they learned that, in fact, they were supposed to defend the Third Reich? It was Zhdanov who took to the stage under Zhdanov, and he said that Stalin soon would conclude a pact or an alliance with Hitler. A person attending the conference said, we thought that it was Goebbels talking to us from the podium. And towards the end of the presentation, Molotov was talking there as well, so the man who would actually sign the agreement with Ribbentrop. The Comintern delegates, writes an eyewitness, were particularly shocked by the plan to form an alliance with Hitler. Therefore, they welcomed the fact that the 7th Comintern Congress, after a long delay, recognized that Nazism posed a threat to the world. But now, however, they learned that they had to defend the Third Reich. And their goal was made more difficult by the fact that in case of war against Europe, they were supposed to fight their own people. They believed that this would create the conditions for the rise of Soviet power. And when we look at the map of the world in May 1945, we can see that the things did not happen exactly as expected by the strategists in Moscow, but still the target was achieved.
The witness's name, Carlo Steiner, who was born in Vienna. Steiner's testimony was confirmed by others, and topic is the same, the theme is the same. We should not be afraid of a future war because it will be just an opening, an interlude to a Soviet world. In 1941, this must have looked absurd, but in 1940, when Red Army entered into Europe, this looked more realistic. What Edward Benesch said, I would like to say that what he wrote down privately and never published. When finding out that Ribbentrop was negotiating in the Kremlin, it was on August 23rd, 1939, when finding out about Ribbentrop being in Kremlin, he noted down, the Soviets want war, they have prepared for it, and they will achieve it. And the pact concluded with Hitler is the rough tactics, how to start war, how Hitler should start war. And the Soviets are convinced that the time has come for the final battle between capitalism, fascism, and Nazism, and that a world revolution will take place, which they will unleash at the right moment when everyone else is exhausted by the war. And as Benesch was, he never published this. This was the goal, not to prevent war. And Stalin hoped that this war would be a conflict that would create positive conditions for for the proliferation of the Soviet regime in Western Europe. And that has fulfilled in the spring 1945. Thank you. I would like to thank Professor Igor Lukács for his very interesting contribution. And now I myself will discuss an issue with the title Decree on the Restoration of the Legal Order, Continuity or Discontinuity. When analyzing radio speeches by Czechoslovak representatives from London, we could see as a red line the assertion that there will be the end of World War II, that we will be deciding about the new order. This is what Edward Benesch was saying, and also the others were asserting. Within the fairly short speaking time, I will try to argue that this proclaimed thesis about the continuity of the pre-Munich Republic and discontinuity of the developments afterward are not relevant at all, that these assertions legally can be well argued against. Let me mention one aspect, which is that unlike in other cases, in Czechoslovakia in 1945, the interim administration is not being established. That means all those regulations adopted in London would have to be ratified in Czechoslovakia by the newly elected Czechoslovak parliament, which was not the case, because the decrees were issued by the interim assembly, which was not legitimized by any elections, which was actually set together by the representatives of various parties. They were not the result of the elections organized in 1945, but they were actually organized by those who were willing to be the government by the people. The decree was issued by the Minister of the Interior as a decree, and there was a schedule which was describing how it was approved of. This decree says that the territory of Czechoslovakia should have the legal order as of the 29th of September 1938, and this can be argued against, because Czechoslovakia was not renewed within those borders. Let's point out to the Carpathian, which was actually given to the Soviet Union, but there was also the debate, which is baseless. As for the legal structure, until the 29th of September 1938, there was the Constitution from 1922. 1945, there is a new constitution which is in conflict with the legal order of 1938. And various national minorities are excluded from the public life, and they cannot actually vote, for instance. Those were, for instance, Germans and Hungarians, and those entitled are Slavic people, people of Slavic origin, and that excluded the Jews as well, because the Jews were not of Slavic origin, and that showed in 1946 during the election that it was a big problem to engage in elections for the Jews. When discussing the program, the issue whether the elections were free or not, well, until the elections, all legislation approved by the interim administration was declared as the new legal order of the new Czechoslovakia. Since ethnic groups, national groups were excluded, the Constitution of 1920 was violated. This is the discontinuity of 39 until 40. When speaking about the decree which was issued, there was another act adopted to regulate the discontinuity with the protectorate. This act was legislated in a very technical, procedural way. As we say, gray theory, green tree of life. This should show that marriages were not annulled, property-related agreements remained in force. Well, as for the protectorate, Bohemia and Moravia, discontinuity was proclaimed officially, was regulated legally, but not at 100%. And the continuity with the pre-Munich period was realistic. When looking for evidence, we would be able to find many. Before 1938, the Constitution proclaimed that we had democratic pillars. That means you have to have a free competition of democratic forces. There were multiple parties in place, and whoever wanted could establish a political party, could have a memorandum, and could try to influence the political life in the country. After 1945, this was not the case. Any political force which is outside of the National Front is unacceptable and can be prosecuted. And that was all other countries but the communist country were outside of the political spectrum. The new system of national councils, which were constituted in 1945 based on the National Front, not based on the election results or general election or parliamentary election results, is not justifiable because it does not provide continuity with the pre-Munich period. It is difficult to juxtapose such developments, but the conditions in Czechoslovakia were different from France. However, Charles de Gaulle came back to France, and they were revisiting all legislation approved in the exile, unlike the Czech reality. Here we saw the Second World War legislation, which had to be reapproved, and that makes us so many challenges how we should actually perceive the legal order. The constitutional system was not renewed from 1938, before 1938, and legal regulations which were supposed to be approved were just automatically accepted under the conditions of 1945. Those of us who address these developments, see that 1945 is a huge milestone of the Czechoslovak nation and statehood.
General statements that can be seen also in today's textbooks can be put into doubt based on very simple legal opinions. That's why talking on continuity and discontinuity, I would finish by saying that things are not always what they appear. So that's why to talk about the continuity of the Third Republic between 1945 and 48 is an illusion and can be presented as a lie. And we can find many proofs, even for the statement that a discontinuity with the protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia cannot be 100%. So what the politicians always say is questioned when looked at in detail through the prism of law and history. That's why we can talk about the year and the continuity versus discontinuity from both a social, economic, and legal point of view. But the methodology, the myths that surround the year 1945 are quite strong, and sometimes it is very difficult for people to accept the fact that communists were not in power since 1945, but that there were actually Democrats in power for 3 years before handing the power over to communists. Thank you for your attention.
Tak zase se převtělím do pozice moderátora. Ještě, že nevěřím na převtělování.
Well, and now I would like to pass the floor to Professor Antonia Doležalová from the Faculty of Social Studies of Charles University and University of Cambridge, who will talk about economic issues, and she will talk about or on the topic of towards a brighter future. So, Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. Just like Professor Lukáš, I set my watch for 15 minutes because us academics are used to or accustomed to talking for 80 minutes, but this is not the time limit I have now. So my contribution will focus on the economic dimension of 1945. And since the entire conference is entitled The Year 1945 in a Global Context, I decided to focus the first part of my speech on the global context, so that we have the opportunity to discuss to what extent the Czechoslovak path towards a brighter future, as presented also by Professor Lukáš and Dr. Nedvěděcký, was not so unique compared to what was going on elsewhere in Europe. Because from the economic point of view, the year 1945 in Czechoslovakia opened up a chapter in Czechoslovakia which I could call a period of mixed economy, combining command economy and market economy. So there were different narratives meeting, as was the case elsewhere in Europe throughout the Cold War. And it wasn't until 1948 that actually changed the situation. So when we talk about 1945 in Czechoslovakia in the global context, it is not enough to talk about Stalinization, Marxism, Leninism, nationalization, or planning, 5-year planning, and so on, because there are many other topics that we should discuss, especially in the global context. The basis of the global context is that after 1945, it was clear that Europe lost its place in the world which it had built through industrialization for the entire 19th century. And the politicians realized as well that the world was changing. It was mentioned here already how the politicians reflected on the changing situation in Europe already in the post-war period and in 1945. President Truman as well as Winston Churchill talked about a new era which will divide Europe. But in the area of economy, the divisions were not so deep. Europe as a whole lost its economic posture, its economic position in the world. And whereas the European population before the outbreak of World War I represented 22% or 23%. After the war, it was only 15%, and before the war, it produced 1/3 of the GDP. But after the war, it was far less. It was only 1/4. And before World War I and after World War I, the exports also lowered. And since the gross domestic product per capita reached, or the European gross national product per capita reached only 74% of that of the US gross domestic product in the US. So the position of Europe was shaken as a result of the 30 years of wars and instability, and it went hand in hand with the dissolution of the colonial system, because the colonial system used to be one of the pillars of the European economic success. The United Nations were founded, as well as the International Monetary Fund, whose goal it was to establish new rules of cooperation not only across Europe but also worldwide. And in 1944, 44 countries met in Bretton Woods and decided to establish the International Monetary Fund. And there is also an important Czechoslovak role, because Ivan Viktor Mládek was a representative of the Czechoslovak exiled government and attended the first meeting of the International Monetary Fund. But he was there as a secretary to join Maynard Keynes, basically the driving force and the spirit of the entire initiative. And his position back then was not defined by the future role of Czechoslovakia in economy or geopolitics of Europe, but by the role that Keynes gave to Central Europe as the pillar or the defense before invasion of the Soviet type of economy in Europe into Central and Western Europe. However, Europe after 1945 also had the opportunity to look forward to the support of US loans, which were meant to kick the economy again or to ignite economic restoration. There were many agreements concluded which were supposed to help renew interwar period trade, free trade, because free trade was not restored fully after the two world wars. So the fact that the ideas of politicians to divide Europe were based on, let's say, some mixed economy combining private as well as public tools, the allocation of rare sources, and which used state interventionism as a tool, state-owned enterprises and planning, economic planning. and so that the nationalized, so that the economy can work, many enterprises had to be nationalized. Corporatism played an important role, so contribution of workers on the management of the organizations. Employees were supposed to participate in economic decisions, which were supposed to help not only restore Europe economically after World War II, but also were supposed to guarantee a stable economic development. And it was also supposed to help create solid social peace in the society. And when we look at economic policies across Europe, but maybe focus more on Western Europe, we can see the famous Pentagon, the the star of 5 targets of full employment, full use of production resources, growing profits of the state based on growing productivity of industry and production, as well as balanced trade. And in order to achieve these goals or the targets, were through state investments or state interventions, state investments in research and development, various tax regimes, and on the other side, state aid. So all that we associate with socialist economy was actually anchored in the economic programs of governments which were established after World War II. And I must say that these were steps that were already proposed by John Maynard Keynes, because he knew that without the change of economic regime, the well-oiled circle of European economy cannot start turning again. So with the start of socialist regime in Czechoslovakia and other socialist regime, nationalization and planning economy can also be seen in Western countries. So nationalization is something that happened that was a priority of British Labour Party, or also it's part of France economic success in 1947, when Lord said that for psychological as well as economic and moral reasons, it was necessary after the liberation of France to point all our strength towards nationalization of enterprises in the area of coal and other areas. And France, Germany, and other countries also started nationalizing its enterprises. And up to 90% of all energy sectors or energy companies was owned or in the hands of the state. And just the same way, planning was used in Western countries. I would say just one important thing, which is that among those who theoretically study the concept of planning, were also Czechoslovak economists. In 1945, but later the Czechoslovak economists Frejka and Goldman were important economists who served for the communist regime, and the latter, then in 1960, one of the key figures of transformation or transition or the attempt to reform the Czechoslovak socialist economy. So if I were to conclude the geopolitical context, I would say that when you look at the Communist Manifesto from 1948, 1848, after 1945, you can find its bits in all European economies. So we can look at Czechoslovakia as a country where the path towards a mixed economy was opening, as well as the path towards command economy of the Soviet part. And when we look at the various paths, also the path towards a liberal economy. So there are three paths: mixed, command, and liberal economy. And when we look at the liberal economy, the path was not viable, based on the development during or briefly after the war and in the interwar period. So it was not really the continuity with the pre-war Czechoslovakia as much as continuity with the protectorate economy. And the Czechoslovak path towards mixed economy, which was based on 3-year planning between 1945 and 1948, was a type of economy which prevailed at that time, which was built in Czechoslovakia at that time, and it was implemented through nationalization, just like in other European countries.
The key how to understand the situation, why this path actually ended after 3 years in Czechoslovakia, and why we started the path to socialism, was described in the following words. The war prepared an area for the time to come, and the Czechoslovak bureaucracy remembered the old ways, and that's why the socialism could come, because in 1945, in the summer, new organizations were set up which were supposed to embark on the so-called plan of recovery. This was a 2-year plan where the planned economy was supposed to be established, and Czechoslovak economy was monopolized within a few months, which prepared the ground for the communist grab. One eyewitness said that they actually installed their deputies in economic departments or economic ministries, where strategies and policies were decided, and they were also blackmailing their political competitors. They were also preparing the campaign targeting critically the millionaires. Of course, 1945 was a logical end of the war, but the next 3 years they were preparing, the communists were preparing for the times to come. Thank you. And now I would like to thank Professor Doležalová for her speech. And now we are breaking out for a break, and we will be coming back, and we will have panel number 3, which will address the context of World War II. Thank you.
to zakrývalo českou vlajku, to je blbý. To bylo ohleduplné. Že to bylo ohleduplné. Budeme teda mluvit do mikrofonu tady, nebo?
Tam mluvíme o lidi. Nemůžeme mluvit o co?
Zní tu řečníky.
Chceš to řečit za mě?
No, tak ty to máš to.
Asi stane.
15.
15. Já už to jako neudělám.
Já usnu hezky.
To už jsme nainstalovaný. Značka.
Já už jsem pasky, na to jsem koukal.
Kolik půl hodiny trápí před náma.
Jasně, my tě posloucháme na slovo, čtyři mě na slovo.
Kdo to byl, ale tuším, o kom mluvili. No takhle. Kdo to moderuje, až to ti utípe?
No asi 15, já mám těch 5. Když to máte lísičky.
Už je ten
Máš jako, že ještě ti
zbývá ten první.
Tam tu jednu.
Já to s tebou myslím dobře.
Já myslím, že muži vždycky myslí dobře. se to asi sem vejde.
Jo, nějak to sem fičíme. To můžeme jako zavřít, je to...
Jo.
Téma skončil, protože tam nebyly ty dotazy odpovědi. Tam se sumírovat jmenování toho Heidricha tím tím protektorem 2025. Budu mluvit na téma pacifické. No, já tam mám nějakou zmíněný ty nezmíněný popravy.
No, halo? Jo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next session, focusing globally on a certain period of time that will be the final months of the Second War, and we will be speaking about the specific situation in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, and there will be also colleagues from the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes who will be introducing the results of their research, especially focal topics that they address. The same department colleagues will be speaking tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I'm not going to dwell on all those technicalities anymore because we don't have so much time, and I would like to give the floor to Dr. Stanislav Kokoschka, who has been working in the Institute since 2013 and been focusing on the resistant movement and organizations, and now he's working on his paper describing the history of the Protectorate, and he will be now speaking about the final months in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Thank you for the floor. I will be trying to describe the issue at hand in the next 20 minutes. The main directive for implementing Nazi occupation policy was Hitler's earlier decision on the Protectorate. In addition to the order to postpone the question of the future existence of this entity until after the end of the war, it was mainly about the idea of how the occupation policy towards the Czechs should be carried out. Hitler's immediate interest was to make the most of the economic potential of the Czech lands for the war effort. The basic instructions formulated as early as December 1939 emphasized the need to maintain peace and order. Hitler said, quote, "No provocations may be carried out on the German side, while on the other hand, any unrest must be ruthlessly suppressed and nipped in the bud on the other side." The Nazis' ideas on how best to ensure compliance with this directive naturally underwent some development. Retaliatory measures used mainly in the early days of the Protectorate and arrests were replaced by the repressions of specific culprits, which were usually providing an intimidating effect. In addition to draconian sentences which were publicized in the media, another tool was introduced at the end of 1943, the form of special courts in session. These were held in places where acts of resistance had taken place with the mandatory participation of the local population and usually ended with the death penalty. The opposite pole of this political line was the struggle for the famous silent majority of the Czech nation. After the domestic resistance movement was crushed in 1941 and 42, radio propaganda led by the Czechoslovak exile government was considered the main enemy. Countermeasures included a wide range of measures, from the mandatory removal of shortwave receivers from radio sets and harsh penalties for listening to foreign radio stations to the promotion of representatives of so-called program collaboration to active propaganda of its own who sought to portray Edvard Beneš as a London agitator responsible for repression in the Protectorate, and at the same time to prove that the future of the Czech nation lay solely in association with the Third Reich. In accordance with the notes by Martin Wolf from 1943, who was at the SS Standartenführer, it was written that a new image of Czech history with the leitmotif of the idea of Saint Wenceslav, which was now to be symbolized by President Emil Hácha. This was to create an ideological basis for those Czechs. At the same time, the same document shows that this was only a facade behind which the real intentions of the policy were hidden. I quote, "To transform Bohemia and Moravia as soon as possible for all time into German national territory by supporting all German sources, eradicating racially undesirable elements and returning or changing the nationality of value parts of the Czech nation." The first sign of the final crisis of the occupation regime was the collapse of the so-called activist front. This happened immediately after year 1944, when the Czech League Against Bolshevism was founded. A total of 15 well-known personalities refused to participate in the leadership of this association, and on the orders of K.H. Frank, some of them were punished. In the spring 1944, the Prague Gestapo headquarters repeatedly reported that previously reliable Czechs were seeking connections to illegal groups in order to prove their true attitude towards the Reich or to secure the necessary alibi in case of a coup d'etat. The activities of the Public Enlightenment Service, the League Against Bolshevism, and the Board of Trustees for Young Education were viewed just as negatively. Attendance at lectures and demonstrations was ensured by various forms of coercion, to which participants often responded with ostentatious indifference and later even non-attendance. By the fall of 1944, the activities of the associations were repeatedly described in Gestapo reports as extremely passive. An idea of how the leaders of the so-called Czech activism experienced this situation can be gained from a letter by Jiří Zavřel, an editor-in-chief of the magazine Osvěta from July 1944, which was sent to Willy Richter, a consultant in the Culture Policy Department of the German State Minister's Office. Quote, "What has been written and said over the past 5 years to ensure peaceful coexistence between Czechs and Germans in the Protectorate, and today it is clear that all this was in vain. What a single month of serious situation in Germany was enough for the whole structure of cooperation between Czechs and Germans to collapse, and for all the hidden burning hatred and resistance against everything German to come to the surface." The situation in the area of war-related production was also developing alarmingly. 1941, the strike movement abated, but absenteeism and work avoidance had increased. This development led to an increase in the number of Nazi labor camps, which were officially intended to educate employees in the spirit of community. By the end of 1943, there were already 7 such camps, and in March 1944, 2,000 or nearly 3,000 men and women were temporarily imprisoned there. From the summer of 1943, the Gestapo also participated in such performances. In August 1943, it conducted an inspection of long-term sick employees at the Junkers factory in Prague. Some of the workers were detained, sent to police prisons, and some to small fortresses in Terezin. Raids on key companies in the early hours in the morning also became common practice. The night shift was checked if they are not sleeping, and the day shift was checked if they had arrived. The Gestapo developed its own system of penalties for this purpose. The lowest level was a warning. Another punishment was imposition of an extra Sunday shift. For example, in 1944, there was a punishment squad. Sentenced to the Brno Arms Factory, and many employees were given extra shifts, and those who were punished more seriously were sent to the small fortress in Terezin. In June 1944, or rather in 1944 to 45, employees punished by the Gestapo for various work offenses accounts for 30% of those from Terezin. In summer 1944, the Nazi New Europe was shaken to its foundations after all Allied leading landings in Normandy and the crushing Soviet blows on the Eastern Front, it became clear that the complete defeat of the Third Reich was only a matter of time. In Romania, there was a new government which declared war on Germany. At the end of the month, a plan to quickly occupy Slovakia failed, where Wehrmacht troops were supposed to eliminate the partisan movement. And in early September, a series of foreign policy disasters continued with Finland's withdrawal from the war. In the second half of 1944, the illusion that the Czech lands would be spared the horrors of the ongoing war, thanks to the protection of the Reich, quickly faded. Already in the summer, the Allied Air Force launched its first daytime raids on industrial targets in the Protectorate. This task was entrusted to the 15th U.S. Air Force, which attacked refineries in Pardubice and Kolín on August 24.
Nazi propaganda reacted almost immediately and attempted, as previously in Germany, to use the loss of life to stir up hatred against Allied men. On 26 August 1944, the Protectorate government issued a proclamation condemning the civilian casualties and predicting that the enemy air raids would unite the Czech people even more firmly around President Emil Hácha. However, even this campaign failed to meet expectations. A situation report by the Prague Gestapo for September 1944 already contained the following statement: the original outrage against the British and Americans for the bombing has diminished. It is claimed that only the Germans are responsible for the bombing. Defeats on the front lines and the collapse of the tripartite pact naturally had an impact on the situation in the Protectorate. According to a monthly report from the Prague Gestapo headquarters from June 1944, the mood of the Czech population fluctuated considerably. Quote, while an exceptionally good mood prevailed after the invasion was a month after the start of German retaliation, it gave way to general depression, which in recent days, after the start of the Soviet offensive, was again replaced by optimism, unquote. The Czech population reacted similarly to the July assassination attempt on Adolf Hitler and the outbreak of the uprising in Slovakia, which was not only geographically but also politically a precursor to the Protectorate. Gestapo experts reassured the public that this was mainly a demonstration of attitudes, but various repressive measures were, on the contrary, evidence of the growth of the domestic resistance movement. On 15 September 1944, K.H. Frank issued a decree stating that anyone who attempted to cross the border to Slovakia would be punished by death. The course of exemplary punishments culminated on 3rd of November when K.H. Frank ordered that Sonderbehandlung be used as a deterrent against bandits in the border area. A large number of captured bandits, people who held them and those who escaped from work and could be assumed to want to join the partisans were to be executed immediately without trial. After the defeat of the Slovak United National Uprising, the Nazi leadership in Prague began to regard the partisan movement controlled by the Soviet Union as its main enemy. The first preparatory order for an anti-partisan offensive was issued on November 3rd, 1944, instructing the commander of the security or riot police, among other things, to immediately prepare for the destruction of all mountain huts, gamekeepers' lodges, isolated dwellings, and other similar structures in a border zone. The operation itself, codenamed the Třev, took place between November 16 and 21, 1944, and was notable primarily for its disproportionately high deployment of force and resources. The aim of the operation was to encircle the already partially broken Usiak-Murzin gang, comprising some 250 men. Several thousand members of the Wehrmacht, 700 men from special anti-partisan units, and several hundred members of the German protective police were deployed against them. However, even this generously planned operation did not bring the desired success. A total of 8 partisans were killed, 4 were captured, and 13 of their supporters were also arrested. However, the same casualties were on the German side, and so the final report on this operation at least included the following positive assessment. Although the overall result of this major operation is not commensurate with the effort, the use of force was proof of German power in Moravia for the local population, and its psychological effect cannot be underestimated. At the end of 1944, K.H. Frank knew that his occupational policy in the Protectorate had reached a dead end due to the relentless development of the war. The illusion of new Europe, in which the Czechs would also have their place, was thus replaced by an emphasis on Czech political pragmatism, which was to guarantee that the Czech nation would survive the war without unnecessary sacrifice. The change of course was signaled on December 1st, 1944, by a radio address by Emanuel Moravec, which was considered a sensation in the so-called grey zone. The Minister of Education and National Enlightenment not only addressed the question of why President Beneš was not rushing to the already liberated Uzhhorod, but above all appealed to all listeners. People of Bohemia, leave politics to the Prague government, which wants to lead the Czech nation out of this terrible war so that it does not suffer, so that it can move forward into the future and not disappear into a return of past. In January 1945, K.H. Frank ordered the reorganization of the Protectorate government, which consisted of replacing the current Prime Minister Jaroslav Krejčí with his current Deputy and Minister of the Interior, Richard Bienert. The whole thing appeared to be a formal swap of positions, and even official propaganda emphasized that it was actually just a transformation of an already proven government. However, the new Prime Minister still maintained his reputation as a member of the mafia from World War I, and even some high-ranking Nazi officials believed that Bienert's appointment could calm the situation down. The new Protectorate Prime Minister did attempt to obtain several concessions from K.H. Frank in order to emphasize the importance of his government, but his proposals were rejected. In one of his post-war interrogations, K.H. Frank said that in March 1945, he began to consider the intention to destroy German rule in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia in a calm and orderly manner. According to him, he wanted to hand over administrative and executive power to any Czech government without bloodshed. I expected that the Czech side, Bienert or the National Committee, would make me offers to form a new government as soon as I, the German side, invited them to do so. But in reality, it was only after April 16, 1945, when the Red Army launched its offensive on Berlin, that K.H. Frank began to take steps that he believed would ensure a peaceful end to the war, also with regard to the German population. These were the well-known attempts to negotiate with representatives of the Anglo-American command. He based this on the idea that the British and Americans would have a political interest in controlling the Czech lands. He clearly underestimated the cohesion of the Allied coalition and did not understand that he was too small a figure for anyone to negotiate with him. At the same time, he was preparing the formal abolition of the Protectorate in order to defuse the domestic political situation. I think that you all know these facts. Then he negotiated with other counterparts and so on, General Lev Pechala, and then there were several pragmatic statements. One such statement, I think it was on the 27th April, where K.H. Frank described catastrophic scenario of a civic war which could break out if the Czech lands were liberated by the Red Army. And the last, or the most interesting speech was by Emanuel Moravec in August 1945, where, if directly asked whether it made sense to prepare an uprising, he said or whether the Czechs would cut the war short by 2 or 3 days, but it would cost several hundreds of thousands of dead. And the answer came at the beginning of May 1945, when the uprising broke out, but soon it became very organized, and it became one of the factors that prompted Dönitz government to accept the terms of general surrender more quickly. It was one of the arguments why Dönitz's government were not supposed to continue or prolong the capitulation, because it was clear that it was clear what the situation was, and it actually changed the cards in the hands of Kremlin, because of course Kremlin was planning to liberate Czech lands only later, at a later stage. So basically this Prague operation, when it was accelerated, was aimed at stopping the Americans from reaching Prague first.
Děkuji kolegovi Kokoškovi za
Thank you, colleague Kokoška, for the amazing description of the last months of the war. And now we will hear from Magda Veselovská, who works for the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regime, also the Department of World War II, and together with me, she's focusing on the documentation of Czechoslovak victims of Nazi justice system, which is a long-term project which maps people who were executed following the decision of German courts in whose jurisdiction the Czechoslovak people belonged. So now I would like to pass the floor to Magda. Her speech will focus on the situation of these people who were executed based on the decision of German courts in Dresden and in Leipzig. Thank you. With the development of the war situation in the fall of 1944 and the first months of 1945, the Nazi judicial machinery, which was aimed at eliminating alleged enemies of the Reich and pests of the nation, did not stop. However, the advance of the Red Army from the east and the massive Allied air raids on German cities had an impact on how prisoners and those sentenced to death were treated at the end of the war by the machinery. One of the places where a large number of people were executed, people who had Czechoslovak citizenship, was Dresden. In total, we have records of almost 890 former Czechoslovakians being executed there. This execution site served several judicial districts and various types of courts located both in Dresden as well as in Litoměřice, Leipzig, and at one time even Prague. This applied to the German special court, the Sondergericht Prague, which until the spring of 1943, before the execution site in Prague, Pankrác was established, sent those sentenced to death to Dresden. Other courts sat in Dresden only occasionally. This was the case with the People's Court of Volksgerichtshof, whose last hearing took place here in mid-January 1945. Even then, it still sentenced several former Czechoslovakians to death. The last absolute or penal sentences were handed down in Dresden by the Oberlandesgericht. The executions themselves continued unabated. In January and February 1945, executioner Alfred Rosalieb came to Dresden a total of 3 times. During these days, a total of 30 former Czechoslovakians met their end under the guillotine located in the courtyard of the judicial complex of Münchenplatz. Among the 7 people executed on January 10, 1945, mainly for treason against the Reich, were, for example, 19-year-old Miloslav Potiuček from Přelouč for procuring weapons and ammunition for the resistance organization and distributing leaflets, and František Šiman from Prague, who in 1940 transcribed reports from foreign, London to be specific, radio broadcasts and passed them on to others. Among the 16 Czechoslovaks executed in Dresden on January 26, 1945, were Jaroslav Lonek and Jaromír Peták, who spent 2 whole years on death row. They were convicted along with others for supplying information to the Soviet intelligence service as early as January 1943. Jan Čičák, Jan Honzík, Vojtěch Šimice and Alois Vavroch from Hrás near Plzeň were sentenced to death for alleged high treason and treason as they supported people designated enemies of the Reich, for example by giving them food stamps for meat and cigarettes. Jan Voráček and Petr Tuček hid large quantities of weapons and ammunition in Klatovy, which was severely punished in the Protectorate. František Řehka, on the other hand, was punished by the special court Sondergericht in Leipzig for stealing express parcels on the railway. On February 8, 1945, 7 more people from the former Czechoslovakia were executed by guillotine at Münchenplatz. Among them were Josef Riedl and Josef Schwarz, members of the resistance group Odboráři, or trade unionists, and the petition committee We Remain Faithful, for political activities in the Protectorate, sabotage and helping paratroopers, as well as Jan Půda for illegal possession of weapons and spreading foreign radio reports. In addition to them, there was also Josef Hýbl, who was convicted by the Sondergericht in Litoměřice in mid-January 1945 at its session in Liberec for stealing field mail parcels intended for Wehrmacht soldiers and for embezzling funds for the families of the fallen war victims. In the case of Hýbl and others, the average period of 3 months or 90 days that usually elapsed between the pronouncement of the sentence, the consideration of any request for clemency, and the execution of the sentence was not observed. The execution of the death penalty accelerated at the end of
According to prison administration records, as of February 13, 1945, in Dresden prisons on Mathildenstrasse Street and directly in Münchner Platz, at least 122 so-called Todeskandidaten, or persons sentenced to death, awaiting execution. Among them were men, but also women of various nationalities. From the end of January 1945, prisoners transferred here mainly from Wrocław, which had been evacuated before the arrival of the Red Army, or from places affected by Allied air raids, joined those sentenced to death in Dresden. In the following days, specifically on the night of February 15, 1945, Dresden also became the target of massive Allied bombing. The city was partially razed to the ground. The airstrikes also hit prison buildings. Several hundred people died at Matilda prison, and there were also many injured. In Münchner Platz, incendiary and fragmentation bombs damaged mainly the center of the prison, known as the Spinne, spider, where 4 wings with cells and central staircase converged on the guards' rooms. Basically, only the metal supporting structure remained standing. Only 1 wing of the building was now functional. After the first night of air raids, the prisoners remained locked in their cells. Those sentenced to death were also kept in handcuffs, which were only removed at meal times. According to some accounts, they also had to hand over their clothes at night to prevent them from committing suicide. Despite these measures, some managed to do so. After the bombing, many people tried to take advantage of the situation and leave the prison. They needed a good luck to do so. Some took advantage of the fact that the shock waves had damaged the cell doors, but even then they were not guaranteed success. According to the recollections, they helped each other open the cells and unlock the shackles. From the upper floors, they had to climb down using bars. They only had their prison clothes, which attracted attention. They needed also money and food for the journey. They had to avoid military patrols and civilians and cross the border into the Protectorate. Even at home, they were not safe yet. Miloslav Fremer from Hrás, for example, hid in his parents' woodshed for several weeks until liberation. Some did not take advantage of the opportunity to escape. General Josef Dostal, due to poor health, Wojciech Jerzek, because he did not want to part ways with his friends. Arno Schmid considered escape too risky and feared he could easily fall into hands of German security forces. This actually happened to some. Of the above-mentioned group, 122 Todeskandidaten, the escape of approximately 15 people has been reliably documented, but prisoners with lighter sentences also escaped. Some of the wounded were sent back to the protectorate, such as puppeteer Josef Skupa, who was transported by ambulance boat along the Elbe and had to report regularly to the Gestapo. The remaining prisoners were gathered by the guards. Eyewitnesses mention a group of almost 4,500 people who set out from Dresden on foot to Dachau, but apparently only a small number of them were prisoners. A second group of approximately 1,150 people set out on foot to Meissen, 24 kilometers away. Here, the men were temporarily housed in unsuitable conditions, while the women were first housed in the district court prison and then in a gymnasium. After a few days, they were transported by freight train to Leipzig and divided among several prisons, which were already overcrowded, and evacuees were there from the east. Together with the new arrivals from Dresden, there were roughly 180 people sentenced to death, both by civilian and military courts. The Reich Ministry of Justice in March 1945 was considering how to get rid of those on death row, how to get rid of them. To this end, they sent its official Helmut Kützner to Leipzig. His plan to transfer the prisoners to Halle and der Saale, 40 kilometers away, proved unfeasible. The prison was overcrowded, and for capacity reasons, only 8 people a week could be executed. Kützner eventually sent people there, for instance, a pastor of the Czechoslovak Hussite Church, Jan Parkan, and also Antonín Drahovzal and Josef Hořava were executed there. Then Jaroslav Krutsky and Jana Pařízková, who had been involved in the resistant movement in Čelakovice. A smaller group of people executed in Halle on April 10th, 1945, included Jaroslav Buřič from Czechoslovakia. From among the other Todeskandidaten imprisoned in Leipzig, Kützner selected another 32 people who, on the following day, April 1945, Wehrmacht soldiers at the shooting range murdered. Most of them were Czechs sentenced to death for participating in the resistance. Among those shot were General Josef Dostal and Alfred Zeman, who were active in Klatovy. The executed also included Tomáš Poustka, Josef Beneš, Jaroslav Kejmar, and Kamil Hruška. Karolina Losová, a woman who was sentenced to death along with them, was luckier and managed, after a bombing, to escape from the prison in Dresden. Wojciech Jerzek, a high school teacher from Pilsen, also and father of post 1989 Finance Minister Tomáš Ježek, who subsequently did much to commemorate the victims of Leipzig, also died. Also from Pilsen were Josef Burget, an employee of the municipal office, and František Tvrdec, sentenced to death for involvement in the illegal Communist Party. Other examples: Václav Cibula from Zbyrov, and physician Jan Bureš from Chrast near Plzeň, who was arrested and convicted for listening to foreign radio stations and helping hide prisoners of war. His wife, also physician Anna Burešová, had been executed already in February 1944 in Prague. Pankrácz. His remains were later recovered and transported to Czechoslovakia. The remains of the other executed prisoners are buried at Ostfriedhof in Leipzig. However, it was not only the Reich Ministry of Justice that sought to cover its tracks in Leipzig. Just one day before the execution of death row prisoners, 52 Gestapo prisoners were murdered at the Lindenthal training ground on the northern outskirts of the city, as they were not to fall into the hands of the Allies. In their case, too, these were people who had been sentenced to death or who were expected to receive the death penalty. However, it is, of course, a question whether those individuals who had undergone a judicial process and stood trial would have been placed in Gestapo prisons, which were usually only involved in their investigation. According to the preserved list, these were mainly prisoners from Eastern Europe, probably forced laborers, among whom were several Czechs. The last extreme act was the execution of prisoners in Abtnaundorf, north of Leipzig, on April 18, 1945, which was a branch camp of the Buchenwald concentration camp. The Leipzig Gestapo shot or burned alive at least 80 people there. The remaining prisoners in Leipzig were liberated the following day, April 19, 1945, by the US Army. It is a sad paradox that at the end of the war approached, the effort to get rid of opponents of the regime did not weaken. On the contrary, this process accelerated and intensified. The result of combining these efforts with the attempt to cover up the traces of their activities under the scorched earth policy, and especially its last phase under the motto of destruction and liquidation, was a tragically high number of people murdered in the last weeks. Thank you. I would like to thank our colleague Veselska for remembering the fates of particular individuals in the final months of World War II and what the Nazi apparatus planned. Now I'd like to give the floor to another speaker Jan Weisgeber, who will, together with Jan Sommer, be speaking about the Gestapo in the Protectorate in Bohemia and Moravia. This will be a presentation introduced by Mr. Weisgeber. He will be speaking about the Gestapo in the final months in the Protectorate. Thank you. As has been said, we have prepared together with my colleague Sommer for the conference, so we put the presentation together. I would like to thank the previous speaker for the interlude to our topic. Sometimes there will be, of course, the same things said, but that is the life. Well, Magda was speaking about the judicial persecutions mainly, while we will be speaking about the non-judicial persecution activities in the final months of World War II. The resistance movement had been abating after the Harderkiada, and the number of detained people or arrested people until the end of the war remained the same. That means there were many things to do for the Gestapo, as you imagine. The Gestapo had to respond to the resistance activities in the second half of 1944. And that's why they actually, as a result, clamped down on many activities. The first step was the establishment of the security police commander officer in Prague and in Brno. We know this office from occupied Poland and parts of Soviet Union. This is the evidence of clamping down on the resistance, and that means that the Gestapo and the criminal police is merged into one. And as I've said, this is what we see in Prague and Brno. Another step or measure taken was related with the increase of the activity of the partisans. In the second half of 1944, the partisan movement is increasing. The activity is increasing. There are new partisan organizations coming from Slovakia, and it is difficult for the Gestapo to monitor them. They had been trained to clamp down on groups which were organized, but when trying to combat partisan units, they seem not to have enough capacities and training. However, what does the Gestapo do? They establish the so-called Sonderkommando Chrudim, which combats the partisans from Chrudim to the center, and they try to stem their flows from Moravia to Prague to Bohemia. Then special purpose units, in German ZBV commandos, are then arriving. They have better equipment. They have got also agent provocateurs among them, and they have got enormous experience. The territory of the Third Reich is getting smaller, and from Belarus, the Balkan countries, and from France, there are these units coming and using to our territory and using the partisan warfare. And this is how they have to fight the guerrilla forces.
Other special units are units under Ote Skorcene, which are active in the border area, and they are known for the worst crimes committed in those areas. Gestapo is fighting or is using Ordnungspolizei to fight partisans, including Schutzpolizei unit. Gestapo during occupation increased in its ranks by some 100, but when it comes to the protective units, their ranks increased by thousands. So, for instance, at the beginning of the occupation, they had some 3,000 and later even more. So you can see how the partisan war, the guerrilla, changed the type of fight of the apparatus with the Gegner, with the enemy, and there's new operational units created, including Jagd commandos. And another element which was quite new was the use of Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS units in security apparatus operations. So basically, they strengthen they provide mobility and firepower to these units in order to strengthen their operations. As Standa mentioned, our Han, the biggest operation which took place in November 1945, as was mentioned before, some 2,000 Wehrmacht members participated in it, including Waffen-SS units and other Gestapo units. 12,000 people is quite a lot. There were not that many divisions in Eastern Front with so many staff, with so many people. So this was quite a strong formation even for German army. And there were 8 dead partisans, which is a terrible outcome of the operation. So it showed them that this was not the way to go. And that's why they decided to start using different manners, such as provocations, canine provocations, and so on. They decided not to use heavy firepower, and on the contrary, they used ordinary patrols to patrol the mountains. And we know what the result was. The anti-partisan operation was not sufficient, and they did not have the means either. And as regards the partisan or the resistance movement, it's important to say that at the beginning of 1944, a major part of the leftist part of the resistance movement was dissolved, and some other headquarters of the resistance movement were later dissolved, or destroyed, such as the Council of Three. When it comes to the number of imprisoned people, we of course have some statistics from the Czech lands. We know, for instance, what the increase was in the number of protectorate Czech prisoners in concentration camps. So just to give you an idea, the number of Czech prisoners in concentration camps, and now I don't mean Jewish victims, but purely prisoners who were imprisoned for political reasons. So between January 1944 to the end, of 44 or beginning of 45, from 8,000, their number increased to 12,000. So especially this was in Buchenwald or Flossenberg and others, or the camp where V2 rockets were produced. We should also mention the activities of so-called fast and summary courts in Moravia, an application of Sonderbehandlung, so executions without the involvement of courts. There were people or policemen who, without trial, sentenced partisans or their supporters and hanged them right at the spot. So this was the Sonderbehandlung, and basically, from the beginning of 1943, these Sonderbehandlung executions took place in Terezin, and by the end of the war, some 300 people were executed this way without the involvement of courts. And some 100 additional people were murdered between January and April in Kounicovi Koleje, which was a similar prison as Terezin camp. I've already mentioned execution, so I will skip that. So another slide. Gestapo terror increased towards the end of the war, so especially the last few weeks. And the police offices were abandoned at the very end of the war. If the Gestapo members were to leave their offices or their spots earlier, they would be sentenced for treason or shot. So unless having grave reason for fleeing their positions, they had to stay. That's why Gestapo remained in positions until the very end. Just to give you an idea, Brno was evacuated on the 26th of April, and Znojmo, which is more towards the east, did not evacuate until much later. So Gestapo moved only when the front approached. It still executed various decisions. And it also destroyed documentation. So up until today, we lack sufficient documents from the end of the war. There are only very few documents from this area, and they also murdered prisoners. Whereas in April 1945, before the liberation of Brno, 235 people were taken to Mannhausen. Over 50 additional people were executed in Brno. The attempt to murder the prisoners also took place in Pankratz prison, but it was futile because it was prevented through the crowds who gathered in front of the prison. And the Gestapo members knew that the crowds would retaliate immediately if they were to murder the prisoners. I just wanted to give you here an overview of some of the examples of terror committed by Gestapo in Kolín, in Velké Meziříčí, in Plzeň, and various other places. It culminated during the massacre of the Prague uprising. Stanislav Koška estimates that 3,000 people were killed. And this brings me to the very end. Gestapo was active until the very end of the war, as I've mentioned before. And it is active even... So it's not just administrative, it does not include only administrative activities. It really is active until the very end of the war. It keeps murdering prisoners or inconvenient witnesses and people with no influence on the course of war events. So basically they were just shooting unarmed civilians. They were shooting them for no reasons. Basically at that time they could not really endanger them in any way, but they just murdered their ideological enemy. And I would like to emphasize the fact that people think that terror culminated at the end of the war, during Heydrichsjahr, but it was during the end of the war. Because when we calculate the number of victims, it is the very end of the war, which is the pinnacle of the wartime murders. And to create a bridge to the next speeches, the massacres in the final months of the war contributed significantly to the radicalization of the Czech population and directly led to various excesses against Germans during the days of liberation and in the post-war period. So basically these are joint vessels. There was hatred and idea that retaliation should follow. So this is the end of my research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Tak děkuju Honzovi a
Thank you, Honza. And if I could thank all.
Byste měli nějaké dotazy na přednášku.
I would like to ask you whether you have got questions, then you can pose them actually later on during the break, because we don't have much time. And now we will face the next session.
Tak já jsem to znal, jo, ty ale já jsem stále mě dostali, kdy vlastně jsou těch vězňů.
Tak asi po jednom já vám když si řeknu. Tak dobrý den, já bych rád zahájil.
Hello, if I could open a panel number 3 entitled Context of World War II. And perhaps without any further ado, I would like to ask the first speaker, Petr Placák, dissident, writer, historian, to present his thesis about what the year 1945 meant for Czechoslovakia. Good morning. By way of introduction, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing a conference on this topic, because I don't really think we talk about the past. I think it is a very topical issue today. And even my speech entitled Potemkin's War, it could be a joke, but unfortunately it is not a joke at all. So when two do the same, it is not the same. It's one famous proverb. And this can be said about World War II. The Allies and Soviets did the same. They waged war against Hitler's Germany, but in fact these were two completely different and incomparable things. But still we have the tendency to look at World War II as our joint fight against Hitlerism, even though these were two completely different wars. The first one was triggered by the Nazi Germany and USSR in August 1939. The first victim was Poland, which was attacked by the Nazis and Bolsheviks, thus triggering World War II. Allies fought the Hitler's Germany, and the war goals were stipulated in Atlantic Charter. After the war, it was followed by the United Nations Charter, an alliance of free nations and sovereign nations, which was supposed to exclude any international aggression. But the war ended with capitulation of Nazi Germany on the 8th of May 1945. The second started on the 22nd of June 1941, when Nazi Berlin attacked its ally USSR, which, based on several clues, only acted quicker than the USSR would have had. 1 month and a half before the Barbarossa operation, Stalin mentioned, we have to prepare the people on the idea of inevitability of offensive war. Other targets of the USSR can be achieved only with weapons in our hands. The main cornerstone was the fight between brown and red totalitarian regimes. Defeat of Nazi Reich was not one of the goals of USSR, but basically only one stage in ruling the entire Europe. Hitler thought that the USSR will use he will be able to use the USSR for his plans in the West and then destroy it. But the quite contrary happened. The useful idiot was Hitler, and he was Hitler to Stalin through the Barbarossa operation. It was outside of the plan. Stalin did not expect that Hitler could be so far away from the reality and so megalomaniac that he would believe that he had a higher mission and that he would attack on the USSR. But soon after that, the history again took the right turn, and things accelerated. By attacking its then ally, Hitler provided alibi to the USSR. It basically made it a victim, which was fighting Nazi regime and actually prevailed over the Nazi regime. And so Hitler opened the gates to Stalin. And once the war stopped being, or once the competition between Stalin and Hitler ceased being a competition fight between Moscow and Berlin, the Bolsheviks started claiming they were fighting both fascists and anti-fascists, depending on what suited them better, and they managed to build on the former Orthodox Tsarist Russia. The Nazis only accelerated the history. They were those who progressed, and as Saint Peter of Communism, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin explained on a meeting of communist youth in 1919, he quoted nihilist Nechayev, who was basically the idea of Verkhovensky from Dostoevsky's piece. Everything that helps the revolution is moral. Everything that stands in the way of revolution is immoral and criminal. Lenin said to the youth, and in order to make it clear, the party is not a school for ladies. An enemy is whoever we need to be enemy at this moment. So enemy Hitler, or the rogue Hitler, played its revolutionary role. But what about the rest? They played their role too. Representatives of the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs, Vladimir Potemkin, talked several months before about these matters before the attack on Poland. Second front of imperialistic war is still extending. The humanity is taking steps towards huge fights, huge battles. And then to Chernovs, the USSR will be looming, and above the rest, above the remains of the capitalist system. And Stalin said the following: at the time of peace, we cannot have a communist movement that would be so strong in order to prevail. The dictatorship of the party is possible only as a result of the war, said Stalin at the Politburo meeting on the 19th of August 1939. And he said it is in the interest of USSR that there is a war between the Reich and the capitalist Anglo-Franco bloc, and that it is as long as possible. When the Nazis attacked France and Benelux, Stalin talked about the great successes of Nazi Wehrmacht, and he thought that it was going well according to Soviet plans. But the truth is that it still goes according to these plans. The Nazis wanted to threaten Bolsheviks and rule over the European society, but the opposite happened. Bolsheviks, so by using the threat of Nazism or fascism, basically ruled over the minds of Europeans and post-European history. And with the exception of a few countries which had a direct experience with the Bolshevik rule, such as the Baltic states or the Ukraine that was tortured by Bolsheviks throughout the 20th century and now attacked again. So Putin can try to revive the great patriotic war, the myth, and revive the myth, which was basically great anti-patriotic war. Hundreds of soldiers of the Red Army who fought with the Nazi intruder, and the commanders ended up in Nazi prisons and ended up in gulags. they were sent to gulags, to Siberia, members of the Red Army, just because they saw how people lived in the West, which was incomparable to what they knew their entire lives. At the time of Stalin's death, one entire Czechoslovakia was in gulags, so 2 million people. 500,000 disabled war veterans were locked up in monasteries without any amenities and any health care. The Red Army members froze in unheated cells and where they were sick and did not have medical care. These war veterans, as a result of the Great Patriotic War, were not taken care of, and they were just lying there in their own feces and waited for their death, and not by the hand of brown fascists, by their own Red Army. And 1.5 million people died of starvation. So who attacked who and who waged war against whom? Putin know it, but we still do not know or pretend not to know in 2025. Russian ultra-rightist Shulgin said at the end of the civil war, we lost, but we won. Bolsheviks, we were defeated by Bolsheviks, but we had the flag of united Russia. But the same could be. So we defeated, but Bolsheviks will carry our flag. In 1945, in the Game of Europe, just one mafia boss outplayed the other one, but it was at the beginning when of the events, and now we can see the events repeated when Russia attacked neighboring Ukraine. We should pay tribute to Ukrainians and other nations who fought the Red Army and who fought not for the USSR but for their families that were decimated by Bolsheviks. And we should once again remove the red stars from their tombs. The red star is just as criminal as the Hakenkreuz. 1941 is not a past, it is a present. And the Atlantic Charter is still as topical as it was in 1941 when it was declared by the Allies as a reaction to the Hitlerian regime.
Tak děkujeme Petrovi.
Thank you to Petr for his very authentic speech and also his courage to proclaim what is not taken for granted, what may actually make us raise eyebrows in some cases. The next will be Jan Sechter from the Department of the German and Austrian Studies of the Charles University, and also the ex-ambassador to Poland and Austria, countries which are very experienced with the year of 1945. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to come up with the paper which will reflect my diplomatic endeavors. The legal order after 1945 showed what came out of the peace treaties and that was to put an end to the warfare and to make some measures or take some measures for such tragic events not to repeat themselves anymore. And the previous speaker was also speaking about the efforts that preceded the year of 1945. But there were peace treaties concluded with many countries, Romania, Austria, and it was very important to actually have a very democratic and peaceful Austria. The charter, the UN Charter, was also very important. In Article 107, the German question is addressed by coming up with the suggestion how to actually see the transfer of Germans. And then I will actually say what the consequences were, because the Allied forces could not conclude a peace treaty with some countries, and then the Transcarpathian Russia. Well, what are international peace treaties? Those are the results of the efforts to avoid the war conflicts. They are supposed to actually demilitarize and make also demilitarized zones. They also address with minorities and protection of minorities. We can see it even more intensely than later. And also they offer security guarantees. Those are mechanisms based on trust and mutual communication and also mutual training. And all this has never been resolved absolutely. There are also some cooperation measures, economic agreements, and mostly the economic agreements, they mean transformation and a step to a better tomorrow. And they show the will of the states to stop. It was on the 8th of May 1945 in Germany surrendered, and Japan surrendered later. And it was not the ambition of the Allied forces to conclude one unified peace treaty, and they also approached Germany and Japan by actually concluding individual treaties. On the other hand, they sought to interlink them. However, the property, the assets which were abroad, German assets, they had to be handled by a special conference. Those peace treaties were prepared during the Second World War. It was the Crimea Conference and Yalta Conference and then Paris Conference. So there was this complex of conferences which dealt with the future peace treaties. And at Crimea, in Crimea, it was 1945, February, and the Allied forces agreed that the German power should be dealt with different peace treaties with different elements. A unified element would be that they would actually agree on them before the division of Europe, and the conclusion of those peace treaties was not conditional on the peace treaty with Germany. And what was important was the engagement of Czechoslovak diplomacy. Why? Because especially in towards Hungary, this was a certain test of whether we could actually claim territory from the pre-Munich period. You know that the exile government did not succeed at that, but then it was proceeded successfully subsequently. And negotiations were open to public, and the consensus was reached by voting. And I am a proponent of a traditional diplomatic approach, and I had to conclude that this was a novel approach, but it abated later. It was rather seen as a romantic procedure, and now we see that it didn't prove right. Why? Because there were so many suggestions, and they were sometimes of a very ultimate nature. And how should I express it? It was not possible to vote them in, and they were conflicting in nature, so they then resorted to the traditional methods of democracy. It was for the first time that China was also represented in such large negotiations that make it more global. The surrendered nations had some room for actually saying something. However, they didn't want to repeat the same treaties they actually concluded after World War I. And now I will read very quickly what they solved. It was this Italy Treaty. It was about the sea. They conceded. There was the Terst region, which was autonomous, and then the reparations of $360 million. Treaty with Finland, there was territory ceded, and the rent of the Peninsula Porkala, where the Soviets had their military base, and they were happy to pay rent for it. And however, they had to actually have a railway that would bring them there, and the Finns had to close the windows so that they don't see the military base. The Soviets then actually gave it back earlier than 50 years ago, and there was the need to actually limit the number of military bases outside of the Soviet territory, and that is why they had to actually cancel that military base, and Finland was happy to give it. And they had to actually pay the reparation of $300 million. Romania got northern Transylvania, but had to cede Bessarabia and Bukovina. Now this belongs to the Odessa region, and North Bukovina, which is part of Ukraine today, was interesting because it was the first territory where the Molotov-Ribbentrop pact was violated. The Soviets expanded farther than what was agreed in that pact. Well, I don't want to dwell on this very long, but seeing that, you can assume why they see those areas the way they see them now. Hungary, this is the second triennium. They lost the They had to pay $300 million for Transcarpathian Rus, and then there were also Czechoslovak diplomats at work in Slovakia. They sometimes were actually trying to integrate a ban. Romania received the existing border with Greece and Turkey and had to pay 70 million to Greece and Yugoslavia. The peace treaty with Japan concluded 1951 and signed by 39 states, signatories. This is how they should have done it with Germany as well. 1951, it was the last peace accord, but they were conflicting a lot. There was a conflict about the Kurila Islands, and then Taiwan belonged to Japan. They had to cede it. Kuomintang with General Chiang Kai-shek were there, and it could have been resolved better, but what was resolved was only that Japan could not claim it. Japan also ceded the territorial claims for South Sakhalin, Manchukuo, and Korea, and Okinawa. Okinawa remained until 1972 under the U.S. protectorate. And here, revisionist tendencies were assumed as well. The last peace accord was the treaty with democratic Austria. It took some time, 10 years, to conclude and negotiate the peace treaty with Austria. Czechoslovakia acceded it as well because it confirmed the south border with Austria, and Czechoslovakia acceded it after it was signed by Austria. Austria actually ceded all claims and also said it would restitute all things, and they were supposed to pay reparations. And it was only 1984 when Czechoslovakia and Austria clarified all relations with each other. Sometimes it takes a lot of time and effort, and we saw it in 1989 with when everybody thought the relations with Austria were clear enough and settled, and those who actually fled to Austria and became Austrian citizens, then there was this difficult situation when the Austrians said, no, this Sudeten-German property is not in relation to Austrians or Sudeten Germans who actually emigrated to Austria. So that took some time, and it was strenuous for our relationships. And I'm not mentioning the Temelin nuclear station. And then there was a post-Tubim conference about the 4 demilitarized zones, and West Germany became a NATO member and became partially sovereign. And then the modus vivendi of the Realpolitik was actually done in the 90s, and only after the fall of communism it was possible, when Germany was reunited, to conclude the treaty with Germany, and it dealt with the unification, and sometimes we call it the peace treaty, but it was not a peace treaty. There was no peace treaty with Germany, because there was also no settlement of citizens of both states negotiated. There were treaties with Israel, France, and others, and there was, of course, the Iron Curtain, so it was not possible to do more.
Vlastně obětem nacismu.
And of course, from the confiscated assets from Germany, money were paid to the victims of war, because otherwise they would not have received anything, as we knew back then. And so at the end, when it comes to the property settlement, which was one of the most difficult issues. The Paris Reparation Conference took almost 1 year, and 18 countries signed the treaty, but still the implementation was very difficult. Restitutions in natura took place. Some factories or factory equipment or rail engines and others were distributed among the allies. But then the Iron Curtain fell, and one part of the Iron Curtain had a Marshall Plan and the other did not, and was trying to compensate for the damage done. So the lack of property settlement with Germany led to the fact that endowments, German, Polish, Czech, German Fund of the Future were established, and similar endowments, and some at least symbolical compensation or damages for the victims of World War II. But all this should be a memento why it is important to conclude a complex peace treaty which cannot be questioned and which can be valid for generations and can be built on. At the end, I would like to mention the treaty with this with the Transcarpathia. Even Czechoslovakia was reestablished, but it was impossible to renew the Transcarpathia area, so this was excluded. However, we were not a satellite right after World War II. And after the signing of the constitutional decree regarding the settlement of Czechoslovakia with Transcarpathia, the question of property and citizenship had to be dealt with. So Czechoslovakia, through diplomatic channels, wanted to receive compensation for the loss of property. And the communist regime decided not to pay any damages. And it wasn't until 2009 that our parliament decided to compensate for the loss of property. So this is an example of the debt and legacy of World War II not being paid for decades, even though. And the same goes for Carpathian and Ruthenia. And the absence of the peace conference on Carpathian Ruthenia still not resolved. If Liechtenstein had a conference, or if there were a conference, Liechtenstein would have a seat at the table. But due to various diplomatic issues, there was no conference on settlement with Carpathian and Ruthenia. Thank you.
Tak děkujeme za důležitý příspěvek.
Thank you very much for this very important speech, which shed light on the less known aspects of peace treaties and peace settlement after World War II. And now we'll pass the floor to Daniel Povolny. And Dan, the floor is yours. He represents the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. So, ladies and gentlemen, a year ago I was talking about the lost, forgotten victims of the 1960s and 1968. But now, on the example of one person, I want to remind you that war, wherever it takes place, leaves not only those who are physically dead and wounded, but also dead and maimed human souls, for whom the hope of salvation and healing is usually not very strong. I came across this case years ago in my second job at the Office for the Documentation and Investigation of Crimes of Communism. A woman from Mníšek pod Brdy contacted us at the time, saying she would like to know more about certain Jaroslav Drábek, whose grave she was looking after. I was tasked with responding to this request, and you can now judge, at least to some extent, how I handled it. The fate of one unknown individual, Jaroslav Drábek, who had his whole life ahead of him, seemingly meant nothing, especially since he had physically survived the war. However, he soon succumbed to his psychological trauma. The people around him in Mníšek pod Brdy continued to live with wounded souls, their fates repeatedly marked by war. The wounds and scars inflicted on them and by them have remained virtually unhealed for 80 years. It should be noted at the outset that even before Jaroslav Drábek's death, many different versions and pieces of deliberate misinformation had gradually emerged about his case, or rather about the seizure of property belonging to citizens of the municipality of Mníšek pod Brdy, who were allegedly collaborating with the Germans on the 9th of 5th to 6th May. Many different versions and purposeful misinterpretation gradually emerged, both from the citizens concerned and from those who were directly involved in the confiscation or gave their consent to it. In the following months and years, or rather decades, political and ideological aspects were added to the personal ones, resulting in a rather confusing tangle of facts and various misinterpretations. It went so far that the Union of Anti-Fascist Fighters turned to the National Security Corps with a request to re-examine and clarify the whole situation. In 1964, investigators from the Prague Regional Administration of the Ministry of the Interior took up the case and established investigation file V6442MV entitled Vrah, which means murderer, hence the title of my article. Experienced criminal investigators then managed to determine that Drábek did not die a violent death, as was traditionally believed in Mníšek, but as a result of a mental disorder that began to manifest itself at the end of the war. For those interested, the file is stored in the Security Services archive and has also been digitized. Jaroslav Drábek was born on August 13, 1922 in Mníšek pod Brdy as the only child of Jaroslav Drábek, the estate manager of a large farm in Mníšek, and Emilie Drábková, born Rybisharová. He attended elementary school in Níšek and then studied at a classical grammar school in Příbram. However, he did not complete his studies due to the death of his father. The poor economic situation forced him to transfer to a municipal school in Zbraslav, after which he attended a business school in Prague. From October 1940 to July 1941, he worked as an assistant correspondent at the Roman Catholic office in Níšek pod Brdy, where he gained his experience, and from October 1941 he was apprenticed as a saddler and upholsterer at the František Želina company in Níšek. In September 1942, he applied to join the Uniform Protectorate Police Force, but was rejected on health grounds. In addition to guaranteed income, working for the police would have helped him avoid the threat of being sent to work in Germany. At an unspecified time after September 1942, he was conscripted to work as an unskilled laborer at the Svojtka foundry in nearby Stará Huť u Dobříše. Available documents show that he tried to avoid forced labor in Germany, which is probably why, despite being a scout, he joined the Board of Trustees for Youth Education in Bohemia and Moravia in 1943, which was supposed to indoctrinate all Czech youth aged 10 to 18 to be loyal to Adolf Hitler. According to his mother, the resistance group Movement for Freedom sent him there as an observer. However, at the time he was not yet involved in the group. This apparently changed at the end of 1944. Josef Polák recruited him, and Drábek functioned primarily as a liaison between members of the movement. Later, he provided contact with Soviet partisans to whom he brought food and clean laundry washed by his mother. At their request, he also gathered information about the local situation and about citizens who had collaborated with the Germans in some way. The Freedom Movement and the R-37 Brdy resistance group came into contact with several Soviet paratroopers at the end of March 1945, who had dropped there in the Brdy area. On 25th March, the Fakel group, Pochodeň, Torch, led by Colonel Yakov Alexeyevich Kozlov, operating under the name Bogun, landed on March 25th, followed by the Priboy group under the command of First Lieutenant M.R. Sobolev alias Zhuk. And on March 26th, the Sever North group, led by Mayor Filip Vasilievich Zakarenko, landed there. The last to land that night was Shkval group, led by Mayor Nikolai Ivanovich Grigoriev, alias Gaidar. However, these and other Soviet partisan groups were operational Cheka groups of the NKGB, the predecessor of the KGB, whose primary target was Voron, translated as raven or crow, especially General Andrei Andreevich Vlasov, commander of the Russian Liberation Army, the so-called Vlasovites. The groups were tasked with locating and arresting or eliminating him, but they failed, and Vlasov was handed over to the Soviets by the Americans after the war. In addition, the groups also carried out intelligence, sabotage, and supply activities. On the night of May 5th, 1945, Major Gaidar's group carried out a seizure, or more precisely a requisition of supplies and materials for Soviet partisans and their local helpers in Níšek pod Brdy from people allegedly collaborating with the Germans. About 10 Soviet partisans under the command of the deputy commander of the Škval unit, Captain Zhenika, and a group led by Václav Kunc, Karel Tum, Václav Hybner, and Jaroslav Drábek were to take part in the action. While Drábek and apparently also Hybner only stood guard by the truck or drove it to the houses of those being subject to the confiscation, Kunz and Tuma were present during the confiscation of property and helped to carry and load it. In addition to the Soviet partisans, other citizens of Níšek also participated in the confiscation, who reportedly did not load everything onto the truck and kept some items for their own use. This de facto robbery affected tobacconist František Rudsky, whose tobacco products were confiscated. Hybner and Drábek then received several cartons of cigarettes. Shoemaker Jan Sodoma lost the shoes he had made. Food was taken from the restaurant of innkeeper Bohumil Kocourek, and the partisans did not leave empty-handed from pensioner Richard Kursi, who had a German wife. Those who were affected also lost their linen, clothing, and valuables, suffering considerable financial losses. The lists of stolen items also showed that the quantity exceeded the needs of both the Soviets and local collaborators several times over, so it was indeed robbery.
After liberation, the Soviets reported to their superiors in Prague and soon returned home. Kunz and others joined the Revolutionary Guards, also known as the Looting Guards, and took care of the Health Commission of the Czech National Council. Drábek was with the Revolutionary Guard in Mníšek. According to his friend Vladimir Fekel, at the end of April 1945, both of them, as liaisons for Soviet partisan groups, came into contact with Major Augustin Schramm, a German communist from the Sudetenland during the war in the Soviet Union, allegedly an agent of NKVD, People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. And it is claimed that he was involved in the death of Jan Masaryk on March 10th, 1948, for which he was shot by Miloslav Chotz on May 27. Schramm allegedly tasked both of them with actively seeking out members of the Vlajka organization, and after liberation, equipped them with the necessary powers to interrogate suspects. Drábek, apparently due to his advancing mental illness, behaved inappropriately. He swore at and beat those he interrogated. He then took the results of the interrogations, which were practically zero, to Prague and handed them over to Major Schramm. Then he walked around the municipality of Mníšek and declared that this, pointing to his leather bag, would talk, which of course made the people affected by the confiscations nervous. From around May 25th, Drábek began typing information about his participation in requisitions or activities in the curatorium onto cards and signing them as Lev Vasorajevich or Valsoraj. This was Yaroslav, his name, spelled backwards. And Lev would actually remind us of the patronymic Vasilyevich, or it was a reference to a state symbol. He had a handwritten card: proceed as strictly as possible in the case of the informer Lev Valsorajevich, who reported the partisans for complicity in a theft committed at Mr. Krutsky's tobacco shop. I can convict him of dishonest conduct. 1945, signed Drábek. It can reasonably be assumed that the correct date is May 29th or possibly May 30th, in the morning after the arrest. The text also suggests a conflict between Drábek's personality and his alter ego, Lev. The emphasis on Krutsky's tobacco shop lies in the fact that it was the source of the cigarettes he received during the requisitioning, which he considered his greatest transgression. The point was that the group of robbed people reported Kunz's group to the gendarmes, saying that even after the liberation it remained armed in the forest, from where it carried out various raids, disturbing the population and robbing restaurants and shops. Although much of this was not true at all, on May 25th, Drábek, Hübner, and Tuma were arrested in Mníšek, not in the forest. The next day, they were all escorted to the police headquarters in Prague, Bartolomejska Street. However, there was no room for them due to the large number of arrested collaborators, and they were sent to custody in Zbraslav. It was crowded. Drábek, due to his mental state, got into an argument and a fight with a fellow prisoner. The result was a large bruise under his eye and then bruises on his body. And he was given a straitjacket. Apparently, he had a seizure. The next day, he was interrogated by the investigating judge, Gustav Kremlička, who concluded that he was faking his mental disorder. The problem was that many real collaborators were pretending to be insane. Václav Kunc, who had been himself arrested in the meantime, but was released after Soviet intervention. But it was too late for Drabek. When he arrived in Prague to see Kunc and was examined by a doctor, he was hospitalized on June 2nd, 1945 at the psychiatric clinic by Zdeněk Mysliveček, where Drabek died on June 14th. The cause of death was determined to be a state of confusion, exhaustion, and paralysis of the respiratory center. The funeral took place in the municipality on June 17th, 1945, in grave number 380. However, as I indicated in the introduction, that was not the end of the story. The struggle between the groups of those who had been robbed and the partisans' helpers continued with a series of court cases in which both sides accused each other of collaborating with the Nazis, and hence the name Operation Assassin, which Václav Kunc was supposed to have committed. In addition, various rumors and lies were attached to the whole case, as Kunc, a communist, became caught up in the search for enemies within his own ranks. All this culminated in a request by the Union of Anti-Fascist Fighters for the Security Service to investigate the cause. In addition to clarifying a number of aspects of this story, thanks to witness accounts, the detectives also had Drabek's grave exhumed. The forensic doctor then showed his mother directly the skull and the place on the skull, saying that it was not broken at all. For them, the case was closed and the file was closed as well. Given my presentation here, this is not the case. When I studied the collected materials and compiled a response, I too hoped that this would be the end of it, but how wrong I was. After a month later, the phone suddenly rang in my office, and one elderly person called me from the municipality of Mniszek and asking what I had made up. After a moment, she said she moved to Mniszek in 1947, and her grandma was friends with Ms. Drabkova, who told her everything about the violent death of her son. Imagine that in reality, poor Yaroslav was lynched by a local mob who took his leather bag containing reports on local collaborators. Well, as you have seen, the reports were actually preserved, as Ms. Drabkova herself sent them as an attachment to her son's application for recognition of his resistance merits. And according to her own statement from 1964, she gave the bag to someone else. It is also clear how she took the insensitive demonstration with her own son's skull. When I ended the conversation with a elderly lady, after an hour, she asked, "What will happen next?" I didn't understand until she told me that the article that appeared in the local newspaper, there was the ending saying "to be continued." When I Googled it, I found out that my verbatim answer was so long that it didn't fit into one issue of the paper. Fortunately, I diplomatically referred the pensioner to the applicant because there was nothing I could do about it. I don't know how it turned out, but it is clear that the developments of 1945 are still influencing us even now in 2025. I won't say to be continued, but I hope to see you all here again next year in good health. Thank you. Thank you. And now is the time for coffee break. Should you have any questions for our panelists, then you can ask them during the break. Thank you.
Well, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, great. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you to the fourth part of our conference under the title Winners and Losers of the Second World War. My name is Tomáš Malínek, and I work at the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes here in Prague. Today, I will not give you any presentation, but I will just guide you through this part of the conference. There are 3 presentations on the program, and regardless of the diversity of topics, they have something in common. They deal with the legacy of the Second World War in the eastern part of Europe and with the ways we remember or should remember what happened shortly after the war. I think that's all what I wanted to say about the program for now, and it's time to introduce our first guest. It's Mr. Radomir Mokrik from the Ivan Franko National University in Lviv and also from the Charles University in Prague. His research focuses mainly on the modern history of Ukraine and the Ukraino-Russian relations. He has written several books on these topics. Very recently, he published a book on culture opposition in Ukraine in the 1950s and 1960s. But today, he will talk about establishing of Soviet rule in Western Ukraine after the Second World War. Mr. Mokrik, the floor is yours.
Děkuji. A jak se přepíná slajdy? Přepínají. Dobrý den, vážené kolegyně, vážení kolegové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I will take this opportunity to practice Czech. I came here from Ukraine, from Kiev, with a stop in Stockholm, but I will talk about it later on because it's related to today's topic. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share my ideas with you regarding a topic which is very topical, the year 1945, which is quite relevant today because the events and tendencies have repercussions even today. And on one specific example, or on the example of specific period, I would like to show or draw your attention to certain things which, in my view, can be considered a colonial framework, at least when it comes to the relationship of Russia and Ukraine. We talk about Western Ukraine after World War II. It's a story that's quite well known in general terms. World War II started in September 1939, based on a pact between Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact between Stalin and Hitler, and it concerned areas or territory that belonged to then Poland. The Soviets came between 1939 and 1941 and then return in 1944. In this region, it is called the First and Second Soviets, these two periods. So the Soviet power started in Western Ukraine or emerged in Western Ukraine from November 1939, and then from the summer and autumn of 1944. You can see propaganda posters because the entire operation, from the point of view of Soviet leadership, was perceived and interpreted as a fraternal help, fraternal assistance, or brotherly assistance to the Ukrainian peoples. Of course, there were a number of strategies that the Soviet power used in the region. I think I have some 20 minutes, so I have to be brief and focus on some strategies only. It is quite evident that the perception of Soviet power in the region is quite critical. But to be fair, I will start on a more positive note, if we can talk about positive matters in this context. But if we were to find something positive, it would be the industrialization, because the Soviet power tried to support the renewal and reconstruction of the region after World War II. So it used its resources to support restoration of economy and rebuilding economy in the region. There were several decrees signed. So yes, the region becomes industrialized. And the Soviet power sees economy as its priority. And it would be wrong to pretend that it did not happen. So I focus more on cultural issues, and that's what I was interested in, which is how the Soviet power exists in society and tries to legitimize itself in the newly conquered territory. There are a number of things that it uses, a number of approaches that it uses. First strategy, quite expected, are elections. Elections are held in 1946, 1947, under great pressure. It's an interesting topic on in itself, because I haven't really found too many documents about the elections in 1946 and 47. I wanted to show you one document that I found last week in Kyiv, in archive. It's the voter turnout in Western Ukraine in 1947 in individual counties or regions. I don't know if you can see it, but basically the voter turnout was quite convincing. 99.99%, 99.8%, 99.71%, 99.99% again, and so on and so forth. So the lowest turnout was in Stanislav area, where it was 99.01%. So of course the elections, yes, they take place, they happen. So elections are truly held because the Soviets want the turnout to be high. And of course these numbers are nonsense. But they exercise pressure on local people to at least show up, come to the polling stations, so that they can take pictures and show people casting their votes. But in the end, of course, the number speaks for themselves. So this is just one step. We have a legitimate government on the newly conquered territory. Another aspect, and that's why it reminded me of Stockholm, because yesterday, literally yesterday, I had a lecture at a conference in Stockholm on a similar topic. And there I talked to the director of archives of security services of Ukraine, Mr. Kohut. The archive is known more as KGB archive in Kyiv, and it's his information because we're talking about the situation in Western Ukraine. And one of the things that the USSR starts using are deportations, mass deportations. Of course, we could talk about deportations even later, at a later stage, but we should focus now on my topic. Here you can see some statistics. And in over 6 days, in October 1947, a total of 77,791 people were deported. But why did I ask my colleague Kohut to provide me with the numbers? I was intrigued by one thing, which are the demographics. You can see that most of the deported, out of those almost 78,000 people, 24% were men, 46% were women, and 30% were children under the age of 15. And I was quite fascinated by why. Well, the answer turned out to be quite simple. But perhaps I should also mention that the Operation West Zapad became or laid the foundations for similar operations in the Baltics, such as operations Vesna and Priboj. The strategies remain the same across the USSR. But if I were to come back to the demographic breakdown of the deportations in 1947, so how many men, women, and children were deported? It was explained to me by my colleague from the KGB archive. But even before that, I found a document which I show wherever I go, because it speaks for itself, or the numbers speak for themselves. It's information from Lavrenti Beria region. It's April 1953, so 1 month after the death of Joseph Stalin. And this is an official report. Prepared for Lavrenti Beria. These are original documents that I held in my hand. You can see the numbers clearly. Western Ukraine is the cornerstone of nationalistic fight of people who are in favor of Ukrainian statehood, and the repressions are terrible. You can see over 153 people killed. And they even use the word. They don't say executed, they say killed. Over 103,000 arrested, and over 203,000, almost 204,000 deported, which is a huge wave of terror in one region, because we're talking about just a small part of Ukrainian territory. Basically, it's like 3 regions in today's Ukraine. And this is the answer to the question why, when it came to deportations, there were so many women and children, because there were not many men left. That's how the demography changed in Ukraine with the entry of the Soviet Union. So apart from that, apart from what I found fascinating, and this is one of my latest findings in the archives, because these strategies that I talked about always concern occupation to a certain degree. The only question is the level of brutality possible. But why do I focus on the colonialism concept, or the concept of colonial framework, or why do I think that the colonial explanation makes sense when we talk about Soviet politics? The reasons are as follows. These are reports that Soviet agents sent to the headquarters in Moscow, and thus mapping the moods and ideas in the society. We're back in 1953, and I found several such reports. It's quite interesting what they focus on. So we have a situation in which agents are among ordinary people, among the intelligentsia, among the academics, and so on.
They speak to them and then they send the reports to Moscow so that they are in the known, so that they know what is important for the locals in Lviv. Let me read out some of those shorter reports because I find them interesting. A person called Demian Lukanovich, a professor at the Lviv University, he is convinced that Russification is seen in various areas and that it is actually done very precisely and deeply. He's convinced that from Western regions have many members of the intelligentsia had been displaced, and those deportations are still carried out. More than 90% of the graduates of universities and institutions are sent to the Russian Federative Republic to work, and they don't come back to Western Ukraine. When they live there, they marry, and then they don't go back home. This is the process of the so-called natural Russification. Apart from that, this is what he thinks, Lukianovich. That starts already with high school because students are taught in the Russian language, and even those who are more nationalistic inclined, they know nothing about important Ukrainian personalities, our heroes, our writers, artists, etc., because they study only biographies of important Russians, not Ukrainians. Ukrainian language, which used to be very lively language, is becoming rather dead as language. Another report, and that is the author is the same agent, and we managed to identify him, by the way, but we shouldn't actually say it aloud yet. But I think the whole network of agents is fairly known now. So the same author, the same agent who authored those reports, he is informing that he spoke with another professor from the Academy of Sciences, Volodymyr Petrovich Karanensky. He is a scientist of geography and economy, and he's saying apparently that in the Economic Institute where he lectures, more and more people speak and even lecture in Russian. What he sees as a scandal is that the whole management of the institute has been Russified. And he's saying the Ukrainian Horkavenko was dismissed and was actually replaced by a Russian person, and Maigorod, another Ukrainian person, was replaced by a Russian person. Beryadich was replaced by another Russian person. All those three Russians, they don't speak Ukrainian. Can you imagine what impression it makes on the Russian young people who come from the countryside and want to study at the so-called Ukrainian Institute? That was the second report, and the third report is authored by another agent, 72. Here you see it on the slide. It's more of a general nature. That is not just some chit-chat between professors. This is a person who actually talked to people, and he gathered information about how they perceive a Russian government, Russian rule, and they complained not so much about the state farms, kolkhoz, but about Russian language being the official language, and that many bureaucrats came from Russia to live, and that public advertising is all in Russian. For the local people, this was something that they disliked, and also he actually questioned children, and they were actually sending this, and then he was sending the information to the Communist Party headquarters in Russia. Why am I actually stressing these facts? Because I've been addressing the dissident movement of the 80s, 70s, 80s, 1780s, and this is what the Soviets actually did whenever they encouraged into some territory. And speaking about dissidents, there would be many nationalists among them, and there would be many of those who actually proclaimed the socialism with the human face, but they were all interconnected. They had very similar issues, problems. That means that the Ukrainian dissident movement from the 1960s that had to do with Russification. And I had the honor to meet Ivan Zuba, and he claimed that this was not the ambition to make the Soviet Union break down, but it was rather the aim to have the Ukrainian identity seen. This is what the Lviv inhabitants complain about. And the Ukrainian dissidents in 1970, they write openly about this colonial construct. In 1970, this is the ethos about colonialism among the dissidents, especially in the Luhansk area. And what was important for me was to show that there was this pressure on national identity, pressure on Russification and marginalization of Ukrainian culture. This is one of the significant features of the Soviet system. Russia, what they do on occupied territories is very similar to what I've just described. And I think it was well shown in the moment when the Soviet Union actually conquered a new territory in Western Ukraine after the end of World War II. So that fight actually translated into the fight of national identity in the territory of Ukraine. That is all. Thank you.
Presentation based on archival research. It's always not just interesting, but also very new, at least for me, but I hope it was very new for all people here. Thank you very much once again. And now our second speaker is Mr. Grigory Amnuel from EuroAsk. He is a filmmaker, producer, screenwriter, journalist, and politician. Mr. Amnuel made more than 30 documentary movies, some of them very successful at international film festivals. As a politician, he worked in the Moscow City Duma and in the State Duma of the Russian Federation, and specialized mainly in international relations. The title of his presentation is Rethinking of the Legacy of the Second World War, Propaganda, Occupation and Memory. Mr. Amnuel, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your attention. I am grateful for the opportunity to once again speak at this unique and important conference. I will do my best within the given time to address a number of questions posed by the conference organizers. Today, not only on an emotional level, but also on a factual one, it can be stated that the war announced by Russia in 2014 years surpasses much of what human memories prevailed since the Second World War in terms of cruelty. In many ways, this stems from the mythologization and the complete of partial falsification of the tragedy that occurred 8 years ago. Understanding its impact on new generation and discussing its convictions, in the very least, we are obliged to do. Much of what was written in Soviet textbooks and glorified in works of art was nothing more than propagandistic myth. The falsification of the history of the Second World War, which began the USSR as early as 1939 years, continued to this day. It is well known that after the occupation of Eastern Poland, the Eastern Front temporarily lost its relevance for Nazi Germany, but not for the Soviet Union. The USSR began the occupation of independent states, carried out forced so-called Sovietization, and conducted mass repressions against the ethnic groups and indigenous population, as well as against professional social groups declared alien to the Soviet order. The USSR annexed West territories under the propagandistic pretext, railing of falsified election and referendums conducted under the control of the Red Army and the Soviet Secret Service Police NKVD. From September 17, 1939, the Soviet Union expanded its territory by almost 196,000 square kilometers. From 2014 to the end of summer 2025 year, the Russian Federation has occupied 105,000 square kilometers of sovereign Ukrainian land. To make these figures less abstract, let us recall that the territory of hospitable Czechia is slightly less than 79,000 square kilometers. Similar events occurred in 2008 years in independent Georgia. Yearly, a war provoked by Moscow brought tragedy of independent Moldova. The consequences of this aggressive action remain a constant source of tension in both countries that suffered from Russian aggression. Not should we forget the bloody lessons of Chechnya struggle for independence. I would like to recall several figures illustrating the most notorious crimes committed by the USSR during the Second World War. In the Katyn massacre, 21,857 Polish citizens were executed, members of the national elite and people of various faiths and ethnic backgrounds. In the USSR, at least 15 ethnic groups were declared low and consequently deprived of their rights during the war. According to official Soviet data, alone more than 55,000 people living in the annexed territories were forcibly deported between May and June 1941 years. The exact number of those killed is not known. The total numbers of deported and repressed representatives of national minorities in Stalin USSR is estimated at around 3 million. The Soviet myth of a great patriotic war, Великая Отечественная война, conceals these facts, as well as the USSR active role in igniting the Second World War. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, this mythology became even more radicalized in modern Russia. The baton has passed off from Stalin to Putin. Since the 21st century, power in the Kremlin, seized by the KGB and its successor, the FSB, has increasingly used the image of victory as the foundation for asserting Russia's expansionism. The regime claims the right to interfere in the affair of other nations, ways the people remain silent. The cult of a victory war as part of national identity has grown into an almost religious veneration of the so-called Great Victory. The so-called Special Military Operation, SVO, of the 21st century are in fact direct replicas of the liberation campaigns of the late 1090-13 years and 1090-14 years. Then the liberates brought Soviet rule to Western Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, the Baltic states, and the Eastern Finland. Today, they liberate independent Ukraine. Even the dates of operation echo the past February 23, 1944 years, the mass deportation of Chechen, Ingush, and other Vainakh peoples. February 23, 2022 years, the beginning of the second stage of the Russian armed invasion of Ukraine. August 8, 2008 years, the attack of Georgia was territorial integrity Russian leaders had pledged to respect just days yearly. On that same, that August 8, 1945 years, the USSR treacherously broke its non-aggression pact with Japan, which had fully honored its obligation throughout the war. Coincidence? Too precise to be accidental. It is a deliberate citation of ideological heritage. The Soviet system built a framework in which the notion of liberation and occupation were inverted, and its successor continued this bloody course already prepared with air to carry it forward. In the countries of Eastern Europe, after the expansion of the Nazism, power was established under Moscow control. I will mention only one vivid example of Soviet expansion after 1945 years. Until 1956 years, the Minister of Defense of Poland was Soviet Marshal Konstantin Rokossovsky, not merely a citizen of the USSR, but also a member of the Central Committee of Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Alongside him, several thousand senior Soviet officers occupied key positions within Poland's security structures. Soviet advisors controlled the army, intelligence service, economy, culture, and education system. Soviet ambassadors in subordinate countries acted as true viceroys. They coordinated the activities of local government, political and parties, and orders the replacement of disbelieved of independent figures with their own protege. The tragic fates of Imre Nagy and Alexander Dubček and many others speak eloquently of this system of domination. Only during the period of perestroika and after the collapse of the Soviet Union did the process of re-evolution these events begin. At the time, this summit joined to many both in the West and in the East. A sense of euphoria accompanied announcement of the end of the Cold War. However, the KGB, now the FSB, and other Russian security agents did not cease their subversive activities for a single day. It is important to recall that perestroika in the USSR emerged under the wind of freedom carried by Poland's solidarity. The restoration of genuine independence for the states of Central and Eastern Europe, and like for those that had never lost it, never fully achieved its ultimate goal. The organs of power and nomenclatura, along with the criminal webs entwined with them, remain the de facto ruler of these countries. Alas, in a nation of the humiliated and insulted, of the cursed and murder, a country enveloped from top to bottom by the web of the KGB FSB and a century-old tradition of fear and slavish obedience to authority experiencing change was naive. Hoping for transformation within 100 days or even 500 days was hopeless. The dismantling of the Soviet system and even of monuments in the liberated countries is not vandalism. It is liberation from a foreign, forcibly imposed and humiliating memory of decades without freedom. Soviet symbols, just like Germany Nazi swastika, have no legitimacy in the public space of free nations. Military equipment belongs in museums, not in squares or streets, even if displayed on pedestals. People need peace, not perpetual war propaganda. The state that created and signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939 years was never put on trial at Nuremberg. The victors feigned justice, but too many facts were left unviolated. As early as 1946 years in Fulton, Sir Winston Churchill warned the fact the Soviet Union, the second party to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, escaped the tribunal may have consequences in future history in the form of new tragedies. The great statesman proved to be a modern-day Nostradamus. This omission allows the Soviet regime to preserve its ideology of aggression, violence, and expansion, and later pass it on as a legacy to Putin Russia. Until Soviet ideology is declared criminal, and until the aggression of both the USSR and contemporary Russia are condemned by an international court, the world will inevitably face recurrences. A tribunal is necessary not over individual politicians and executors. A speciality if deceased, but over the entire system, its institution, its organization, and most importantly, its ideology. Just as was done with the Reich and National Socialism. Only such a path can lead to genuine decommunization and atonement. Today, we witness the same ideological principle, repeating themselves in contemporary Russia. Aggression, the glorification of violence, attempts to repeat history, and disregard for international law. All echoes of Soviet ideology passed down to Putin's regime. The world cannot afford to once again find itself in a situation where the aggressor faces no accountability, and its ideology spreads like a contagion. International recognition of the criminal natures of Soviet and Russian aggression is essential. A tribunal over the system is not an act of revenge. It is a tool for safeguarding peace. It will demonstrate that an ideology built on violence, deception, and suppression cannot be legitimate. Without this reckoning, the world will continue to face a repeated wave of aggression. Only through open condemnation and legal assessment of such aggression can we achieve decommunization, atonement, and ultimately sustainable peace. This is not merely a matter of memory and justice. It is a matter of security for few generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Amnuel. I think that it was a great last presentation of this part of the conference, and it really helped us to somehow step back and see the bigger picture of the time period we are talking about today. Now, I've got a very important information for the audience. Professor Shumilo will not give his presentation today. He's not in Prague, or not yet, so his presentation had to be rescheduled for tomorrow. Now I officially close this part of the conference, or this panel. Now it's time for, let's say, 5 minutes break, and after that we will continue with the last discussion of this day. So thank you very much for your presentations, thank you very much for your attention, and see you soon.
Je to na vás. Tak, vážené dámy, vážení pánové, posaďte se, prosím, budeme pokračovat debatním panelem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We now have a discussion panel, and I hope you will be rewarded for remaining here for all these papers about 1945. There will be a discussion about the topic, about filmmaking, how difficult it is to make movies from those times, and to which degree we should actually speak about it. And I will try to introduce first our panelists, who will be reflecting upon the topic of the end of World War II and the beginning of something. Well, Alice Horáčková, the writer, you will also be given some reading from her books. She addresses the border areas and also the relations between the Czechs and Germans. On her left hand, there is Oldřich Vetchy, an actor who is well known and doesn't need any words of introduction. He's a well-known Czech actor, but he's also very known civil activist. May I say so? Yes. The times I hypercorrect. That's why I'm asking if before giving somebody a label, somebody who is not ignorant about where who is buried. And on my left hand, well-known film director Jan Svěrák, Oscar nominee for many TV series and TV features and film movies. And last but not least, we have got Petr Kopal, historian from the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, who is to correct our assertions that will be about filmmaking, making movies about 1945, and because it is very specific as a topic, he will be the guardian of the allegations here. Please. There have been 70 years down the bridge from 1945. It's been a long time. Does it still make sense to speak about this faraway past? So, Alice, I would like to ask her. Good evening. Yesterday we were commemorating the anniversary of the 17th November, and I think it is very important to actually be able to commemorate the past developments without the censorship. In my former family, there was some censorship still beyond 1989. My father was half German. My grandfather was a German, and I needed to actually explore those things. Thank you, Andrei. I think it is irresponsible not to explore our pasts. Otherwise, we will not. It is only when we explore our pasts then it is possible to understand who we are by what aspects have formed us. However, of course, some experience is very difficult to share, and that's why we need to remind the others about it, and especially the young generation. To understand our past is an elementary effort. Thank you. Yes, World War II, especially the year of 1945, is the end of a very dramatic and significant conflict within the European culture. And if we do not address this moment, then we don't have the possibility to be able to anticipate something similar, because there are archetypal patterns that can be seen in the evolvement of humanity. We can be prepared for possible conflicts before they evolve into a full-fledged war. Petr? In my view, as a filmmaker, before 1989, before the fall of communism, it made sense for the regime to make movies about 1945 or about World War II, because the regime instrumentalized it in the name of its legitimacy. After the fall of communism, the filmmakers focused on rather troubled moments, especially the traumatic chapters. That would be the year of 1945, and that had its importance. It is important to actually visualize and remind the others about the difficult moments of our history. However, such filmmakers who visualize such moments, they actually endanger the commercial profit, because those films won't be blockbusters. Case in point would be Krajina ve stínu, Land in the Shade by Bohdan Slama. Yes, thank you for saying so. And let me ask, there is a movie called Obecná škola, and this movie, in my view, is very joyful. It shows that liberation was very joyful. Everybody was hopeful that after the 6-year-long Nazi rule, there will be a great time to come. On the other hand, there is another movie showing a rather difficult time of 1945, and it shows, or actually warns, that there was not much hope in people. So how do you see this shift when you see the year of 1945 as very hopeful, through the eyes of a naive child, let's say, and then on the other hand, there will be a rather pessimistic view. So, what is your take on it? Well, let me approach it from a wider point of view. Let me remind you of one thing. When preparing or making a feature, it is not our ambition to describe Second World War, to do the propaganda, but what we do is we use dramatic moments to reinforce the conflicts in the movie, because the characters need to develop and they need to show their development. So even if you have a railway and there is a snow falling down on the train, then we use this moment in order to actually make some shift, make some development. That means that we use World War II in order to pose questions in a particular day. We are not making a documentary. We are not making a documentary portrait of World War II, but we are preparing a narration from some period of day. And there is another movie called Nebeští jezdci. It is about our pilots from 1947. It's against war. And there was the threat of a nuclear conflict after the Vietnam War, and everybody worldwide wanted peace. There was a pacifist movement. This movie, actually, which we have, is from 2003, and it is not pacifistic because it says that it is important to do this thing because it's a right thing, despite the consequences for the actually pilots who might be put behind bars by the regime. That means there will be new heroes coming victorious from the nation, and there is this challenge that they will be, of course, punished by the regime, in a very small nation such as the Czech nation. And from this point of view, from 1989 or 1990, when we shot the movie, it was straight after the Velvet Revolution, the fall of communism. We became free, and we actually get rid of the shackles, and we could breathe. There was so much hope around us, and that is why there is this mood of the movie, because we are not depicting it from the times of 1945. We were showing, using this example of World War II, we are showing actually the optimistic mood. There is the father, there is the son, and there might be warnings that even in that time, communists were promising that small crafts will be allowed and that small peasants will be able to work on their plots of land. But that was lie, and it was actually a warning for today's world, because the communists always lie and they're not gonna change.
7 dní hříchu je trošku vlastně posun už od, řekněme, toho pozitivního vnímání roku 19.
The movie 7 Days of Sin. Well, like Hansa mentioned, I find the movie Elementary School as a celebration of the end of communist regime, together with our idealization of the First Republic. So it was a metaphor, which, in relation to the 7 Days of Sin, which was shot much later, was shot at the time when we did not live in the times of euphoria that we got rid of communism. Because we knew that the people who, even though they are no longer in power, may be represented elsewhere and might still be misusing their position. And the story is so tragic because it's from the border area where for centuries 3 elements intertwined: Jewish, Czech and German. So for 700 years they were part this territory, and we find ourselves in a story, 7 Days of Sin, this movie, when a person lives with, or when a Czech person marries a German wife, and he thinks it's normal because his predecessors live like that, and he lives in mountains. He doesn't know anything, but then the area that he shares his life with changes. All Jews disappear. The bravest resistance fighters are dead, and the democratic thinking Germans disappeared. German men were sent to the front to fight. So basically those who are left there are just people who decided to hide there. At the time of the end of World War II, where many German abandoned houses were a good opportunity for them to look for, let's say, silver cutlery or golden cutlery after Jews and so on. So basically these were just opportunities. So the people who stayed there, these were the least quality people, and they were lucky that they were able to profit from the end of the World War II. But if we looked in this territory, let's say 10 years before, we would find out that these three groups, Jews, Germans, and Czechs, lived in a symmetry, and they didn't hate one another. They lived peacefully, and but the border areas were never fully restored. And Germans, when they were invited by Czech kings in the past to come here, they started living in border areas because all the fertile lands in valleys were already occupied by the original inhabitants. But they took to the mountains, but they were able to. They stood the test of time. They were able to start doing business or farming there, and by displacing or expelling the remaining Germans, we lost some 2 or 2.5 million good farmers or good economists. And those, so after the forced transfer or post-war expulsion and displacement of Germans basically meant that we lost high-quality people and farmers. But those who wanted to live there were just opportunists who wanted to steal from the displaced people. And many of the houses there are almost destroyed. No one's reconstructing them. And when I visited the area, I found some nice houses, but I found out that they were bought by Dutch. So by the Dutch. So because the Dutch find our Czech mountainous border areas as unique because it's not so flat as the territory they're used to in the Netherlands. So the Dutch bought the houses in the border area in order to try something new, and in order to let the area flourish again. But it was not Germans anymore. It's quite an interesting question. So what happened after the application of collective thought after 1945? We could discuss it for hours and hours, even the voting results in these areas. But we should not. But we should still realize that these are problematic areas, excluded areas. And I just realized that when the war was over, and part of the Germans remained there, or mixed families remained there. In one city, just a few Germans, a few Czechs remained, and then they brought in a group of Slovaks who had lived in Romania for 200 years, and then groups of Romas, and the rest of the German and Czech elements joined together because the cultural differences were so strong that the people had no chance to adapt. because their predecessors or ancestors never lived like that. So suddenly new people came there, and there was, but they were not used to the area. Yes, it is a big topic, and it's a good topic for research as well. I know, Peter, if you know how many films exist on this topic, the topic of 1945, or the, let's say, the darker sides of like the post-war displacement of Germans, because I still feel it's a topic that we thread very lightly around, because it's a very sensitive topic for us. Well, I would quickly like to go back. Well, because the basic rule of film is that each film says much more about the time it was shot than the time of the plot of the film. And it's true about medieval times, about any historical time. So the films are always written and shot for the contemporary audience, for the contemporary viewer. So they just try to draw attention of the people who live now. There were a number of films that emphasized the darker sides of the 1945, especially the approach of Czechs vis-à-vis imprisoned Germans or Sudeten Germans. And perhaps it reflects some social skepticism prevailing in our country. Films such as Haberman's Mill or Country in the Shadows, or 7 Days of Sin. Basically, the post-war expulsion or displacement of Germans is also depicted in the first season of the series, A Wild Country. So these darker sides of our modern history are also reflected in films, including the experimental animated film Alois Nebel, based on Rudisch's text. So yes, it is depicted in a film, in the media, how people acted in 1945, how cruel they were, and of course the majority viewer is not really keen on watching these films. So if these films go to cinemas, they are not blockbusters at all. Because they're not that popular among people. It is understandable, but it is not excusable. It is inexcusable as well at the same time. I would like to remind you of one last thing. During World War II, we lost many elites who were in a resistance movement. And if the losses were not so massive, if we hadn't lost so many of our best and brightest, the post-war situation might have went in a completely different direction. I think that it helped communists a lot, the losses that we suffered during the resistance movement and the losses we suffered in the hands of Germans. And they were later imprinted in the fact that the communists, together with the Soviet Union, were able to succeed here. Okay, perhaps this would lead me to Mrs. Horáčková. So first, if she could reflect on the shift in literature, because in literature it's clear as well that these topics are depicted in a different light, that we no longer talk about the obvious things, but that many of the authors are starting to reflect and write about the darker sides of our history. And then I would like to ask you to read the first part of your book, which could illustrate the debate. I think that the shift is happening all the time because 1945 was a very rich year in terms of topics for literature or film. Andrei mentioned it himself. There were Germans who were to blame, including my relatives, because, for instance, they were nationalists. But in the same family, I had a grandfather who argued with his father about what it meant to be a German, or about how not to be a German. So in one family, we also had a legionary. So the tensions were great in our family. But when it comes to the artistic freedom, it's up to us which layer we choose. I like Vladimir Kenel's Adelheid, a novel written in 1969, which depicts nicely in an innovative fashion the topic of Czechs and Germans, but resistant movement falling in love with a German woman that is waiting for being expelled from the Sudetenland. So it's a book that I was affected by a lot, even though it's from the 1960s. And even though I have Czech and German roots, I try to work with both perspectives, because the same moment that the Czechs consider victory for Germans was a national tragedy, and the fanatism remains up until the end.
And of course, there are other aspects at play. Romanian people or Polish people coming there. And many farms actually confiscated by the Czechs were actually given back because they didn't know how to farm there. What I observed was my family, what I saw, my grandpa, he denied himself being German. He stopped speaking German only much later when he saw again some German tourists coming to that area. He started speaking German, and he also forbade his son to learn how to speak German. And of course, I was a child when the Germans were also coming visiting, and I had no idea why my grandpa actually changed his surname from Homan to Horáček, a Czechicized surname. Of course, I always find various references, and that gives me some more perspective. May I say something? My uncle is German. His name is Holger Münchel. He lives in Munich, and he tells me, Ondra, I am German, but I'm a Czech German, and this is different than German. And whenever he is here visiting, he's so happy. Those are great stories. We have heard a few today. We have also heard so many pieces of information what the end of war and of the protectorate looked like. And it would make me happy if we could actually see some balance. The Czechs, we are happy if things are actually somehow clear, unequivocal, but things are much more complex. And when discussing the year of 1945, then people say, okay, that we should not discuss it anymore because it was a marginal event. How come marginal event? I think for some it was very important, very significant. And this is the difference between here and authoritarian regimes, because here they they see actually the year 1945 as some continuation of the totalitarian regime. And we have this, of course, moment when we had Czech Germans, and some of them actually supported the Reich. They were then displaced from their homeland here in our territory. And what is neglected is that nobody says that many of the intelligentsia actually chose the totalitarian regime, that Hitler's Nazi regime was more important for them than the democracy here in Czechoslovakia. So we should be actually open we should open such discussions, and we should see more facets if speaking about those good, bad moments. Based on specific data, not some allegations. So we will have some reading. The interpreters will not translate that. It will be read in the Czech language only. There will be 2 readings by Alice. It is a narration novel from the first half of the 20th century. There will be village, 80% of Czechs and 20% of Germans living there. And my family, Holman, was among the Germans. Adolf is the name.
Dívat, jak Berlíňančino miminko prospívá. Nebolí ho bříško, má pro něj máma dost mléka, nezanítily si jí bradavky, připomněl jí to všechny potíže, co měla s Arnoštem i její tehdejší podrážděnost. Mrzelo jí, že byla tenkrát tak špatná matka. Když vešla na půdu, žena zrovna klimbala. Ležela na boku na slamníku, chlapeček vedle ní. Měl krásné modré oči a díval se do stropu, že by tam už něco viděl. Nechtěla ženu budit a tak vedle slamníku jen tiše položila hrnek sladkého tvarohu a kus chleba zabalený v utěrce. Chlapečka jemně pohladila po heboučké tváři. Žena otevřela oči. Náme? Zeptala se Zdenka. Chtěla jsem ho pojmenovat Karel po manželovi, vlastně jsem si tím byla naprosto jistá, já, ganz sicher, odmlčela se žena. Ale bude to Dolfíček, Adolf. Adolf, lekla se Zdenka. Tohle bylo přece ze všech jmen na světě to nejhorší. Jistě, Vinskova mladší sestra je Dolfína, ale to bylo ještě předtím, než... Žena se obrátila na záda, dívala se Zdence do očí. Hitler ist tot, nicht wahr? Zdenka chvilku přemýšlela, jak to má Berlíňance co nejšetrněji říct. Stále kolovala spousta zvěstí. Hitler odletěl, Hitler utekl podzemním kanálem, Hitler se převlékl za řadového vojáka, Hitler přeplaval Sprévu. Sama Zdenka nejdřív nechtěla té zprávě uvěřit, ale pak to hlásili z Londýna, z Moskvy i z Ameriky a tak řekla. Ano, Hitler je mrtvý. A jak, vyhrkla žena, jak zemřel? Zdenka chvilku přemýšlela, jak se to německy řekne. Ne, Mord ne. Selbstmord, řekla. Bude říkat věci tak, jak jsou. Co pak je Berlíňanka taky nějak šetřila? To neví, že v téhle vesnici lidé Hitlera nenáviděli? Co pak to necítí? Žena se zas otočila na bok. Danke, řekla a kývla směrem k hrnku a utěrce. Není zač, usmála se Zdenka a obrátila se k odchodu. Bude mít státní pohřeb, řekla jí žena dozad. Vás, co prosím? Hitler bude mít státní pohřeb, až se to trochu uklidní, opakovala žena umíněně. Však ještě uvidíte. Tím si nejsem tak jistá, řekla Zdenka. Zajímalo by, co Berlíňanka myslí tím, že ještě uvidí. Ne každý dokáže udělat něco tak velkého pro národ, zašeptala žena a zavřela oči. Berlíňanka byla uprchlice, kterou museli lidé na Benecku přijímat. A navazuje na to kapitola v pravé poledne. Nový zvon vyzvánil poledne. Určitě ho slyšeli až dole ve Vítkovicích, kde túrovali těžké náklaďáky. Už za chvíli povezou Němce z kopců na Jilemnické nádraží, než je z Jilemnického nádraží pošlou v otevřených vagónech do říše. Arnošt myslel na tátu a strýce, takhle si to představovali, Heim ins Reich. Šel sklesle po cestě, měl toho v minulých dnech dost. U zlaté vyhlídky chytil splašeného koně, v příkopě ležela pistole. Arnošt po ní nesáhl jako Hans Karl nedávno v Úpě, po bratrovi se mu nestýskalo. Ve Vrchlabí Arnošt zahlédl, jak na náměstí kopou do těhotné Němky. Slyšel, že v Trutnově se během jediné noci otrávilo, oběsilo nebo zastřelilo na 300 lidí, zabíjeli se tam celé rodiny. A kdo je pohřbí, napadlo ho najednou. Určitě Němci, kdo jiný. Arnoštovi se doneslo, co se stalo ve Špindlu u Věřiny cesty a ve sklepech hotelu Centrál. A taky tam na pomezních boudách, kde kdysi hořela celnice. Věděl, že už to má za sebou dřevař Cinekr, u kterého tenkrát přičkal vánici a taky další budaři. Němci mizeli ze dne na den a Arnošt byl rád, že se nenarodil na pomezních boudách ani v Trutnově, ani ve Špindlu, ani ve Vrchlabí. Nový zvon vyzváněl a Arnošt koukal na smutný průvod, který mířil z Benecka dolů do Serpentin. Jako první kráčel statkář Liborius s rodinou. Nešel s hlavou svěšenou jako většina Němců. Bradu měl nahoře. Však my se vrátíme, vykřikl na skupinu lidí, která tomu rozpačitě přihlížela. Učitel Tomek zvedl ruku, že mu pohrozí, ale Terézie mu ji zas strhla. Víš, jak se tady na těch polích nadřel? Vždyť je to hrozný všechno tu jen tak nechat. Amálie porušila předpisy a vystoupila z řady. Naposledy objela Zdenku a potom se dlouho dívala na Ludvíka. Málko, já nemůžu, koktal Ludvík. Arnošt ho podruhé v životě viděl plakat. Budu ti psát, špitla Málka. Prosím tě, slib mi, že když to tam bude špatný, tak se hned vrátíš, jo? Naléhal Ludvík a vzal ji za ruce. Jejich upracované prsty se propletly. Málka přikývla a odvrátila tvář, nechtěla, aby viděl, jak moc jí to dojímá. Dědek a bába a bulej tady jak haranti, napadlo ji, ale nahlas neřekla nic. Za Amálí se vlekla Gottsteinová se synem a tchánem, každou chvilku se zastavila a otřela si oči. A to nemohla vědět, že lidový soud v Jičíně pošle jejího manžela na 18 let do Valtic. Bývalý Bürgermeister si tam z nich odsedí 10. Teprve pak se ploužily staré sestry Dontovi a vdova po Nýzeráčkovi, který padl na východní frontě. Zvláštním úkazem byla Češka Konrádová, kterou nikdo nevyháněl. Doprovázela vdovce Buchbergera dobrovolně. Proč? To si všichni dávno domysleli. Feistauerka před sebou tlačila dětský kočárek, z kterého koukal kameněnový hrnec Kyselák a hůl. Kočárek tlačila i Berlíňanka z Kreuzbergu. Byla to poslední uprchlice ze 200 flechtlingů, kteří se z Benecka vypařili hned s koncem války. Berlíňanka vydržela u Amálie do konce 6 nedělí a jako jediná si nenesla 30 kilo, tolik toho na světě nevlastnila, na zádech měla jen malý batoh. Kočárek drncal dolů prudkou polní cestou a Adolf v peřinkách spokojeně spal. Průvod uzavírala stará Preislerka. Šla pomalu se schrbenými zády a srdce rivně brečela. Jejího syna Vykvetlíka našli to ráno pod Žalím. Visel na provaze na smrku. Žádný vzkaz po sobě nezanechal.
Tak já moc děkuju. Tak.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask the director and also the historian Kopal, do you think for the emerging generations of filmmakers who might now be studying at the film schools that it will be interesting to make a movie about the year of 1945, or will it be rather a demanding challenge, troublesome challenge, that they will try to avoid it as a topic? Or will they be interested in rather current issues through the symbols of 1945? As I've said, such significant milestones are actually used as a tool which we can use in filmmaking. And fortunately, nothing such significant, such troublesome has happened recently. There was only World War I, World War II, and the communist period is not so spectacular visually that it would be used so much. So the filmmakers, in my opinion, will be interested in World War II and the end of it, but they might be looking for some current issues. For instance, when you were speaking about that nothing is black and white, and when speaking about the situation when some Germans, some intellectuals, they were actually choosing the Nazi totalitarianism above the Czechoslovak democracy. In those times, nationalism and this human engineering was the result of modern philosophy and somehow novel scientific developments. So we can actually view those times in this way, and this is how we can share the legacy of those times, and we can actually explain how it is important to cherish democracy, which is so simple and doesn't have all those intricacies such as the other camp. Okay, and do we miss something there which could and should be worked on? As has been said, we have been living in idyllic times of no war here, and filmmakers, we actually like to make films about rather dramatic moments, catastrophes, etc. František Vláčil said that the war times are ideal for a filmmaker because there is a whole range of audio-visual effects that can be brought on the screen. He was a major filmmaker who actually shot Tank Brigade movie, which was a huge movie by Ivo Toman also. And he himself was in the role of an assistant, or not. He was a rather consulting director in this respect. And then the war events, including the events from May 1945, they very soon were put on a pedestal as a dramatic, sacrificed development. And then in 1947, in the euphoric times, there was a comedy by Josef Mach, Nobody Knows Anything. There were such actors as Jaroslav Marvan and others. And this movie was covered by the media, by the press, and the coverage was critical. And the communist press, Rudé právo, actually marked it as a very inappropriate description and interpretation of this topic. So the following filmmakers had to be very cautious when depicting such events. The only exception was made by Jiří Mencel, and that was the Ostře sledované vlaky, and that was drama comedy, let's say, the genre. And we could actually use the same prism when looking at 1945. Straight in the wake of World War II, this topic was actually very it was an icon. The filmmakers of those days had to approach it in a very cautious way. Otherwise, they had committed sacrilege. And you have to have some time passed before you may approach the topic in a different way. And that is also the reason why, after the fall of communism, we could not actually make more controversial films about communism, because it was all black and white. Communism was bad. Yes, let me say, when looking at the film production from the times of the First Republic, then we see that there are actually features about nobility, about big farmers, and there are various social stratas confronted, and the war period, and then the putsch by the Bolsheviks actually made these topics taboo. So there was no chance to revisit those topics anymore, because an entrepreneurial layer would be painted as actually somebody who steals from the nation, from the working class. And if you want to actually reflect about historic moments, you need an educated audience. So for the future, the filmmakers will be in dire circumstances, because if they want to make a movie depicting a contemporary situation, then they also need to have some commercial effect, and it will not be possible anymore to make such movies as the Světle modrý svět, blue, which was made by Svěrák, and the subjective interpretation when you actually visit the topics which are not mainstream topics, and then it is something that is more difficult, because that movie, which was not a communist movie, but it was about the pilots, and then you could probably have some isolated narration of relations. And this is something that is a bit too bad, because the future filmmakers will not have so much space for their creativity. Yes, nomination for this Dark Blue World, tmavě modrý svět. This was Dark Blue World. This was the feature film nominated for the Oscars, and the heroes of the Czechoslovak nation by then, when they went back to their homeland, and then they were sent to Mírov prison, and they actually had seen so many things, and when coming home 1945 they will be sent to actually labor camps, and Josef Brix actually succumbs to the conditions there. Tomorrow there will be one presentation on the topic of the Czechoslovak pilots. It will be given by the director of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, Mr. Kudrna, and please come because it will be very interesting. There was this prevailing idea that everybody who came from the West, they were against the communism, and those who came from the East, they were in favor of communism. So you will see what it was like. And I have another topic which is so dramatic and so actually leading, and that is Czechoslovak people who were actually brought to gulags by NKVD, the Czech KGB, the Soviet KGB, and the Czechoslovak authorities cooperated in those efforts. General Sergei Wojciechowski was a luminary, and he was in the Czechoslovak army. Those were actually scores of people, not individuals only. This is something that the contemporary public won't actually take or embark, and I think we should be working on it. And also the collectivization of the countryside. After 1989, no films have been made on collectivization. Of course, there are some exceptions. Yeah, there was one movie, but that was rather a communist movie, I would say. So there was nothing about the genocide seen by many. And this topic of Czechoslovak citizens who were originally of Belarus origin or Russian origin, and they actually were lost. And it was the same with the Jews. They were just lost one day. And now I'd like to urge you to ask questions, please, questions from the audience. And I would like to stress one thing. 1942 is very often described as a year of specific fates, of specific individuals, but we actually shy away from the high politics. In Poland, there are different movies, and also in Hungary they have got books about it, and we somehow shy away from political actions about politics and politicians from those periods, something that we are actually scared to touch, but it is necessary if we want to explore the period. We don't even have a movie on Edward Benesch. It could be a Hollywood-style movie because it would be very interesting to explore him as a personality. And what was said here, I see some hope in the young filmmakers because they might actually reach out to the young people. And of course, there have been movies made such as The Waves and The Brothers. And the young got interested, and as a result, they started reading historical books written, for instance, by Petr Blažek, and they started visiting our web pages and would ask questions. Yes, but it's because there was this interpretation by the filmmaker Jiří Mádl, and that is thanks to him that he made it in such a noble way. And I was happy for him that he interpreted it this way, and I'm afraid that the other filmmakers won't be doing it in this way. Okay. This is an interesting topic, of course, but we might actually discuss it in a different conference. To which degree a filmmaker working on a historic event can actually use his or her fantasy, because it's not a documentary, okay? And of course, Spielberg knows that he has some power through the media coverage, and he has some responsibility because the power goes hand in hand with the responsibility. If you remember, there was this film, and that there were Jewish people who went actually to France, but who knows, who remembers that this was a reflection on World War II. Of course, you can actually invent many occasions and moments. Thank you.
Nebo připomínku, tak prosím, vezměte si mikrofon kvůli...
Okay, don't forget to use the microphone so that the interpreters can hear the question. I will have a question for Kamil. You mentioned the book which reflects on the period described by Petr Blažek. If I were not here, would you say it as well? Yes. Okay, say, okay, hi, Peter. Yes, we have very good relations, both personal as well as institutional. But he was the first historian that popped to my mind. So, and I think I quoted him in a positive light. And I think we could discuss the film Waves at great lengths because we attended the premiere together. And of course, there are some things that were not true depicted in the film. There's always, you know, the filmmaker's license at play. But when we talk about specific books, I always ask them, why did you put this line there? Because I don't think it's interesting. And they say, well, because otherwise it wouldn't work. And so have you got any questions for the filmmakers here? Thank you very much. I would also like to greet those sitting in front, and thank you for reminding us of the path that we've already managed, and like the path to the northwest when it comes to the Brothers film or the Waves film. Recently, I went to Poland to a film festival where brothers were screened, and they were perceived definitely positively. And I was quite surprised because I was. I must say I found some of the parts. I was a little disappointed by some of the parts which the director Epstein puts there, and but there was nonsense. For instance, the investigator was a Sudeten Deutsche German, and everyone knows that in the 1950s, no German, Sudeten German, was a member of the secret police or the state police in the 1950s. It's just complete nonsense. But it was interesting that the Polish audience, who did not hear the Sudeten German Czech that the main actor spoke, because they were not able to identify that it was Sudeten German, they didn't notice, and they thought it was a normal character in the film, and they didn't find it disturbing. So it's quite interesting that in the end, when the film was screened, it was nonsense what Mr. Epstein, the filmmaker, said, that it had to be that he had to be a Sudeten German. When it comes to the Waves film, it's an image of our society. It's well made, made in terms of technical side. There are beautiful songs, let alone that it was from a different year than the Prague Spring, but okay. You know, Matuška is great. I thought he, returned from grave, and but all in all, it's actually scary when you see that the main role as an agent who actually never worked at the radio, at the Czech radio, and the people who were decision makers, including Weiner, and some of them were Stalinists, and they were depicted as heroes, as positive characters. And no one mentions that some of them were agents of counterintelligence. Mr. Kinsel was one of the best evaluated member of the counterintelligence or intelligence services or military intelligence service. He documented most military bases in the United States, where he was in the United States as a member of the Czech radio. So when I saw it, I felt sad, because I see the historical characters, the personalities, and there were inmates who were still imprisoned by 1968. So I think it's quite scary. It's actually horrible. Because I was watching the film, I was quite shocked, and Petr Pavel said that I lied when I said he was in military intelligence, but he was working for military intelligence. He was sitting there 2 rows in front of me, and I was saying, okay, just look at the bigger picture. It's a beautiful film, beautifully shot and made. But in the end, I felt sad, because the kitschy aspects basically covered the story, which were more interesting. When it comes to the brothers, I can emphasize one little thing or another, which the foreign audience will not even notice, and the film will work nevertheless. But the Waves, I don't know, for me, it's a lie. I can't help it. Thank you, Petr, for your contribution. What I meant was that it forced quite a few young people to want to learn something about the period. And of course, yes, we know that some people, some critics emphasized what was not true, like Dubček being in favor of free speech and things like that. But what's true were the Strahov demonstrations in 1967 that many people had no idea about, that something like that happened in those beautiful 1960s. So maybe despite all the shortcomings, the film contributed to demystification of the 1960s, that it wasn't such a paradise on earth up until 1968, and that many people might starting paying attention to what you're saying, that many inmates were released from prison during the amnesty in 1960. So I'm not taking it as the goal, but as the way. A technical remark: how is it possible that someone makes a film about someone being prosecuted by the state police for distributing leaflets with Dubček, and no one mentions it's not a filmmaker's license? It's a nonsense, and it shows that some people don't have judgment. Together with Petr Koura, I sat down at the table, but we received the script too late when it was finished. And that's quite often that the script makers, screenwriters come to us and want us to find mistakes in their scripts. But sometimes it is full of such a nonsense that you cannot really correct a mistake or two. It's a nonsense that in 1967 there was a legal student group that was distributing leaflets of Dubček. No one knew who Dubček was at that time. Dubček was part of the nomenclature. No one really considered him to be an anti-regime person, let alone making leaflets about him. I mean, or you know, burn something in a bucket in a bath when they have a fireplace. That's another nonsense. Well, perhaps you could be a member of the commission who will shoot which films can be made and not. No, I'm not trying to ban anything. I'm just saying that you see Jiří Mádl sitting in front of me during the premiere, who read 4 books, and he thinks he understands everything. On a lighter note, I remember when Honza said how Americans wanted, or when he wrote Dark Blue World and other films, and I remember that when they brought in the script to the Americans said it's a nonsense for the heroes to be locked up in prison at the end of the film. They said it's not logical. No, why didn't they hire a lawyer who wrote it? Such a nonsense. I remember one Canadian historian, Falks. She's considered a great expert on Soviet bloc. She was here in 2002. There was a big conference about Slansky and the process with Slansky. It was in Pankratz prison. Lisa London came. It was a huge conference, and there was a debate, and she said, well, could someone tell me what the opinion polls were like in the 1950s, what people thought about it? Yes, well, that's a good one. So, why Agnieszka Holland, when shooting Palach, did not include the change in Palach's opinion on Soviets and Russians, because he used to be a Russophile when they first came here, and he didn't include it. I talked to her about it. She showed how he's drowning kittens or puppies, even though it had nothing to do there. But she didn't include the line where he used to be a Russophile. Okay, this brings us to a slightly different layer. We're evaluating different films, and actually even filmmakers who are not here, which is quite typical for Czechs. But yes, I was the one who started, because I gave you an example which could have been positive, but it could be perceived also in a negative light. Because I'm glad that there are films made about this topic, that someone is actually interested in this topic, and it's up to us how we look at it, whether we criticize it and say it's nonsense. Still, it's not Abraham Lincoln as a vampire hunter. One person a friend of mine said that he loves this film because when he was leaving the cinema, he understood that the Northerners were good and the Southerners were bad, and he was happy with that. So yeah, perhaps it's enough if someone leaves the theater and says, okay, Nazism or communism were wrong based on some film, maybe some just fleeting emotion. So I think this is good, and I will take this opportunity because I don't see any raised hands. Yes, there. Okay, there are several raised hands actually. Okay, good evening. One quick question. Looking at the historical events that were depicted in film, we know how it ended because it was in the past. But at the time it was happening, people could not have known what was important, what was not important, and how it all was going to end. So I have a question for all of you. You don't have to talk about specific people, but looking at the present, could you say which events from today are important and perhaps in 20, 30 years will be worth making a film about or writing a book about, so that it is good material for a film, so that it's sexy material for film, so to say. So is there something that you think might be interesting material for films or books? When you watch the news or you watch documents, what do you find interesting from the point of view of filmmakers?
This is a great question, Alice. Well, I would speak about my personal moment when I was finishing my novel, and I was describing the First World War, and then the incursion or war in Ukraine was unleashed, and that warfare was so close to me, coming from the media and everywhere around me. And I was actually thinking about responsibility and accountability, and I was thinking I would have managed a better book. So this will be interesting for writers and filmmakers. First, there are actually features made on some event, let's say war, and later in time there will be feature movies, literature written about it. It takes some time. Andrzej. Well, now we live in some time, and we don't know what the outcome will be. We will have to wait and see. And of course, we were naive. We wanted to answer something that we had no question for. And when I actually spoke with Petr Nikolaev, who actually wanted a movie on a very dark figure. It was a godfather figure, but then I thought maybe this would be some message for the next generation, because of course there could have been the KGB agents in government now if the events went in a different way. So this is something that is important. Well, to sum it up, movies that are significant but there might have actually historical mistakes. But if they are gripping, if they are very interesting for the viewers, for the audience, and the audience then wants to explore more about that period, such movies have sense. They are very important. Well, the history of our Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regime, that would be a topic for a movie, maybe for Jan Svierak, a director, movie director. But what would you say? Well, Ukraine. The beginning of the war was very emotional. It was shocking for all of us here in Europe. We thought we didn't have any wars in Europe, and then it started. And how capitalist Europe responded to it. Everybody actually moved out. We failed to agree. And the enormous wave of solidarity given to the refugees. And before that, we had the COVID pandemic. That the war stopped the COVID pandemic. We were joking that Putin actually cured us from COVID. And after 40 or 100 years of building democracy and human rights, and overnight we were divided into citizens of first category and second category, those who were inoculated and those who were not. And how you can actually change the perception within a society, then you understand how it was during World War II and human rights and the Jews who were the citizens of second category. And anybody could actually in the future do that again to us. But we mustn't be afraid of death either. I don't know whether you were at the event actually organized by the NGO, the Memory of the Nation, Pamięć Naroda, and there was a Ukrainian woman who actually makes nets, and she was great. And everybody was asking, how can you do it? Where do you get the energy for it? Well, my religion is helping me, and also the God, Lord, doesn't have other hands than our hands. Petra? The past is generated by every current moment, but history is created after it occurred by its interpretation. So historical events that can be made into a movie, they will happen. They haven't occurred yet. But now we are speaking about 1945, and I would like to fast forward and say that before the fall of communism, the interpretation and iconography of World War II was fixated, and also the events of May 1945 were the same and same over. And those were the symbols of trenches and barricades and tanks and lilac in full bloom, and then we saw it in literature, in poetry, and in movies again and again. What we have heard was a number of more pessimistic, skeptical movies from those times. There were some predecessors from the 1960s by Vláčil, by Antonín Vlácha. And they also had this, they were disillusioned with the war. Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to conclude this panel. I would like to thank Alice Horáčková, Ondřej Vetchý, Jan Svěrák, and my colleague, historian Petr Kopal. And now I very much hope that the panelists enjoyed the discussion and that they will be coming next time as well, and that we will have another debate either here or in the Institute, and I hope we will be addressing historical events which are so important, and the history, the past, is ahead of us and we have to address it, and we will see each other here tomorrow. We will start at 9 a.m. Those who cannot come in person might use the stream, live stream, or there will be also an archival stream available at our institute. Tomorrow we will have great papers. We will also have a panel of the directors from Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. We will be discussing the Memory Institute's activity and how important it is so that we know about our past and our future. And I'm so happy that you enjoyed it here, and thank you so much, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.